All right, hello, and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale the Real Seeker, and welcome back to the Shroud Wars series. We're continuing on with the Shroud Wars panel reviews here, bringing on the experts. And today we're kind of taking a detour. We've been focusing on image formation for the last few weeks or months, and I wanted to come back to the issue of Shroud history. Basically, because I've had these two players on before, both Jack and Hugh, were on my panel review part 4, where we kind of addressed the whole history of the Shroud, from the documentary evidence from 30 AD up to 1204 AD, and I realized I was being a bad host because that's just way too much to cover all in one show, and I had a lot of guests all on at once, so I wanted to kind of come back to it and break it up into more manageable periods. And for this episode, we're going to be kind of looking at the period from 30 AD to 500 AD and comparing and contrasting the evidence for the image of Edessa hypothesis made famous by Ian Wilson there. And on the other end, Jack Markwart's image of God Incarnate hypothesis. Now, as you can see, we have Hugh and Jack here. And Cheryl White was supposed to be on to represent the image of Edessa, but she has laryngitis, so she just couldn't make it for today. But she apologizes and promises she will be on the next one, because this is going to be at least a 3 to 4 part series on the historicity of the Shroud that we've set up. So, yeah, with that said, Hugh, how's it going on your end? I know I keep asking you week after week, but anything new you want to share on your end? Or
No, not really. I'd like to encourage people to donate to your donations page, seeing as you're a poor, shriveling young student with can barely keep your petrol in your car or whatever it is you have.
Oh goodness. Yeah, it's terrible here in North America. And I should say thank you, Hugh. Hugh did make a donation, so I thank you very much for doing that. And we had another one join on Patreon, Brian with an I. So I thank him for joining my Patreon page and helping out. One thing just for the fans, that if you do want to join Patreon, I set it up in tiers, like the $5 tier, whatever the other one was. And then you don't have to put in that amount. He put in his own custom amount. So just an announcement, if you wanted to donate, but you don't want to donate whatever the tiers are, you can put in a custom amount. But with that said, business away, we also have Jack Markwardt here. And Jack, it has been a while since you've been on the show. So what have you been up to? Do you have any interesting news for people?
Not really. I had been pretty busy writing an article for this coming issue of the British Shroud of Turin Society newsletter. And that's supposed to be published shortly, and I'm doing it on a topic that Hugh would be interested. It's called, an examination of the medieval hypothesis of the Shroud of Turin. So he features in it a bit when we get to modern times, but I do go all the way back to Ulysse Chevalier, one of Hugh's forerunners. So we'll see how that comes out, but I was working at it very diligently for a few months.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, with that said, I want to get straight into it because I know we have a lot of great information here. And even though Cheryl's not here, we are still going to address the image of Edessa and the evidence for that. But just before we get into each of the theories, I kind of want to leave it to each of the guests to make a brief, 10, 15-minute kind of introduction to the theories, kind of, broadly, what are they, and give kind of an introduction to what we're talking about for, proposed Shroud histories here. So, yeah, I think with that said, Hugh, I'll start with you. Let me just unmute you because I know Jack has slides. So, yeah, Hugh, just give us kind of a, 10-minute or less kind of intro to the theories there.
Right. Well, of course, if you think that the Shroud is medieval, then you don't think that any references to the Shroud before medieval times actually refer to the Shroud of Turin. And it's a moot point as to whether they refer to the Shroud of Jesus or whether they refer to a relic which purports to be the Shroud. The other thing is that there are numerous references, as we will discover, I'm sure Jack will go into, of images that were popularly thought to be made without hands, the Akairopoeta images, which include the image of Edessa, the image of Camuliana, the image of Beirut, the Uricon image in the Vatican City, and possibly the image of Manopello, and various other images. So there were lots of these things around. And I hope, I mean, Jack will give much better documentary evidence than that. And I don't want to even sort of come in on those because he knows about it a great deal more than me. But I'd like the listener to think to themselves that there are two ways of approaching all this evidence. One is to say, if you are convinced that the shroud is authentic, the Shroud of Turin is authentically the burial cloth of Jesus, then do these accounts refer to it? Or do they refer to other images which aren't the Shroud of Turin? That's one thing to think about. And then the other thing, which I think, which I hope we won't get into really, is not to assume that every single mention of either an image of Jesus or a cloth is necessarily a reference to the Shroud of Turin. And I don't think Jack will do that, especially with some of the image of God Incarnate and things like that, because we don't know what they look like. And if we do know what they look like, they didn't look much like the Shroud. So I think it's awkward. There are very few instances, and possibly Cheryl in the next one will bring in things which say, I don't think this image or this reference could have been made about any other image than the Shroud. But I don't think we'll get into that now. So, for example, the fact that the Gospels mention that Jesus was buried in a shroud and that it was left behind in the tomb on Easter Day it is not very surprising in terms of Jewish burials. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that shroud must be a reference to the Shroud of Turin. So that's really all I've got to say. The documentary evidence and things I'll leave to the expert.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Hugh. And now I'm going to turn it straight over to Jack, and let me just unmute. All right, so Jack, over to you for your opening, and just let me know when you want me to pop up the slides.
All right, thank you, Dave. Well, I'm going to come at this a little bit differently, and because I don't think that everyone who may watch this program might be familiar with what I would call the history of the pre-Leary history of the Shroud, that it would be useful to just take a look at what that was, how it's developed, and where we're at today. And as I do this, I kind of wanted to refer to my involvement up to today, because my position on the history has changed since I started studying the texts and doing my writing and researching. So if we start with the fact that I think we can go to a broad range of dates here from 1355 approximately to 1978, and that's 623 years. And this is a period in which no history, to my knowledge, pre-Leary history of the Shroud, is enunciated by anyone. And I do find this rather amazing, because it meant that in the 14th century, the exhibitions of the Shroud, 2 series of them, took place in Lire without any history having been stated of the Shroud. Then the Shroud moved on to Chambéry and eventually to Turin. And in connection with all those exhibitions and showings, there was really no history set forth for the Shroud. The amazing thing is, and this is why a lot of times when you talk about history, you have to put things in context. The context here was Western Europe in, medieval, late medieval, and then post-medieval times, in which the people who were viewing the shroud weren't that concerned about the history. I call it the full faith and credit period of the shroud, because the people put their faith in the authenticity of the record of the relic, without demanding and being provided a history of it, which in modern terms I think we would all find rather strange. And they gave credit to the church. In other words, if the church was putting the shroud up for veneration, then the church must have checked it out, and it must have been an object worthy of veneration. But in my mind, I think that this kind of reflects what I would call gross historical ignorance, and that has surrounded the shroud for about 670 years. And to a large extent, it surrounds it today. What passes for history today, especially in synodology, to me, sometimes borders on the negligent and the foolish, but it's not surprising when you see what has happened over the last 600 some years. We pick up the story here in the year 1900, and that's where a canon, French canon, Hugh Chevalier, published a study. And in his study, he featured a document called the Darcy Memorandum. And in that memorandum, there was an allegation that the shroud had been painted. But in all of his studies, this one and a few other studies that he published, he didn't provide a history. Now, he didn't believe that the shroud was authentic, but he made an allegation, and the allegation is that the shroud was painted at some time by some artist, and he provided no history of the short history, even of the shroud from the time that it was created to the time that he was writing. So again, the history was kind of put to the side. One of his colleagues, Herbert Thurston, who was a Jesuit and an intellectual, he proclaimed in 1903 that the shroud history, the pre-Lyrae history, was an absolute blank. And he was probably right about that. And he put into the Catholic Encyclopedia in 1912 a comment that an intellectual account of the pre-Lyrae history of the shroud just could not be rendered. It was impossible to render one, which I've always found rather amazing, because Thurston never documented what he did to go find the history of the shroud. There's absolutely nothing in his writings that indicate he did it. He was into so many different things besides relics. He was into spiritualism and things like that, that I find it kind of implausible that he would have been doing a history of the shroud. But I think he was taking the medievalist approach, which we see on both sides of the debate, and that is the shroud is medieval, so it doesn't have a history. And the authenticists are saying, well, the shroud is authentic, so it does have a history. We kind of pick up here in terms of the shroud history with, in 1930, a history professor, a Byzantine history professor by the name of Stephen Runciman, wrote an article on an object called the image of Edessa. And that's going to figure in our discussion today. But his article pretty much summed up what the academic world thought of the image of Edessa. He said it was just some old painting, was found in a basement or a wall in Edessa in the 6th century. There was no connection of this with the shroud, or really with any kind of a cloth object. In 1939, Paul Vignon, who was a pretty well-known authenticist back from the days 40 years before when he was doing battle with Hugh Chevalier, he put out a book, and he mentioned the image of Edessa, and he said that the image itself had been copied from the shroud. That was a connection between the two objects, but it was two separate objects as far as he was concerned. So that brings us all the way to 1978. And this is the year in which Ian Wilson published his Mendelian theory, which you're going to be talking about today. He had worked on that, I think, for a period of maybe 16 years or so, from the early 60s. And he presented this as a hypothesis. And it's amazing how many syndologists, especially authenticists, don't even understand that this is a hypothesis. They think that he wrote history. But he knew that it was a hypothesis. He presented it that way. And a hypothesis is a supposition that's based on limited factual evidence. So you would expect that he would have put forward his hypothesis, and as he did it, he would put forth factual evidence from which he would argue it. The hypothesis is fairly well known now, its principles anyway. It basically says that the shroud, after Jesus' death, was folded and then it was fixed upon a board in a manner so that only its facial image could be seen. And Wilson said that the Abgar legend, which was a legend about a portrait of Jesus having gone to Edessa, he said that that portrait of Jesus was the Turin Shroud. And again, this is where I think a lot of people are confused because they don't do analysis. They hear the image of Edessa, and they're pretty familiar with the image of Edessa and the history of that portion of the shroud, the supposed history. But they don't think too much about the fact that Wilson, along the way, he said the shroud was the portrait of Jesus. He said it was the image of Edessa. He said it was the mandilion of Constantinople, and he said it was the sindon of Constantinople. Now, these weren't all different cloths. His theory was that these were all the same cloths and that changed its name as it moved through history. But in any event, his theory was that this cloth that was the portrait of Jesus then moved on, and over the years and in the 6th century, it started being called the image of Edessa. Now, there was what they would call a sine qua non of Wilson's hypothesis. In other words, without this, there is nothing. And the major thing that the hypothesis turned on, that he himself stated, was that there was a deception. It may not have been one that was intended, but that for 11 centuries, people were deceived when they looked at this object and they believed it was only a facial object, when in fact it was the entire shroud folded and thereunder and possibly framed. But it was essential for Wilson that that deception continue until at least the 11th century, because all of the art concerning the image of Edessa and all of the texts involving the image of Edessa made reference to only a facial image on the cloth. And so if the cloth was known before the 10th century, before the 11th century, the hypothesis would kind of implode on its own because it just would not work out. People would have known there was a body image, so we wouldn't have all this. Now, before Wilson published his hypothesis, he went to several people to get their views on this hypothesis. He went to a priest by the name of Marcus Green, who had done a lot of work on the image of Edessa. He knew a lot about it. And when Marcus heard Wilson's theory, he basically said, I can't go along with you on the basis of what you have now. I do believe that the two objects, the shroud and the image of Edessa, are connected in some way, but I think they were two separate cloths. And he published an article to that effect in 1969. And then Wilson went out to some academic professors. He consulted with Stephen Runciman, who I've mentioned. He consulted with Professor Karl Weitzman, who was also a professor of Byzantine art. And he went over his idea with them, and they said that they could not give him very much encouragement. And he acknowledged this in the book which he published. Eventually, the book came out in 1978. And a lot of people think it's, a big history book. It's not. The entire text of the book is 212 pages. It covers many non-historical topics, including like current events and what's happening lately with the shroud. But the pre-Lyrae history that was in there, which covered from 33 until 1314, up until the time it supposedly left the custody of the Templars under his theory. He covers that in 59 pages. That's only 25% of the text. So there really wasn't a lot that was substantive there. He put a lot of information in those 59 pages, but that's not a lot of volume to cover 1,281 years. Now, when it came out, I was not involved with syndenology in 1978, but I can tell you from when I did get involved and I look back that it was accepted by most authenticists as the definitive history of the Shroud. It was really amazing when I got involved that these people were saying this is now the definitive history of the Shroud. And in fact, one of the few academics that were involved on the authenticity side, a fellow by the name of Dan Scabone, in 2008, he put out a paper and he said that he had regarded Wilson's theory as his Shroud Bible for the last 30 years. And that's not the way that I reacted to it when I looked at it. But I think it was unusual, and it kind of stayed in place for a long time because there wasn't a Hugh Farey around, and there wasn't an Andrea Nicolati around. There were really no Shroud medievalist historians who would pick up the book and read it and then basically critique it, on its merits. What was happening, though, was there was this contingent of academics who could really have not given a darn about the fact that Wilson was identifying the Shroud with the portrait of Jesus. That was just fun and games for the religious and their legends, but they got very upset by the fact that he also identified it with the image of Edessa and the Mandylion, which became the Mandylion, because they had been studying that as academics for a lot of years. This was, what their specialty was. And just like the two academics that Wilson consulted before he published, they were in total disagreement that there could have been an identification between the two objects. And so the first one to come out was Avril Cameron. She was kind of new to her job as a professor, but she came out and she essentially said in 1980, the icon's essential nature was utterly different than what's suggested by the Shroud. Now, I can tell you from my years, almost 40 years now in syndenology, that is like bringing a knife to a gunfight because, you just don't generalize. And that's the whole problem that I find in a lot of syndenology on both sides. And that is, well, that's interesting. That's a conclusion. You think it's utterly different, but what are you telling us about it? And sure enough, in one of the only times that Wilson ever answered anyone regarding challenges to his hypothesis, in 1986, he was out in Hong Kong, I believe, at a conference. And he basically wrote a response to Avril Cameron, but the response was along the lines of, well, I told you that the Shroud was folded and framed, so you entirely missed my point. So it was kind of like something that went nowhere, Wilson had the machine gun here and Avril Cameron was carrying the knife still. But after that, and of course what interceded was the carbon-14 and, where people's attention, I think, got more directed to the science than to the history. But there were other academic historians, such as Eva Kurlak in 1991. She said Wilson's jumping to a lot of unjustified conclusions. Well, another generalization. What were his unjustified conclusions? We'll never know. A fellow well-known as a Syriac specialist, his name is Sebastian Bach, in 2004. He said that the icon, the image of Edessa, possesses an ancestry which is unsatisfactory for identification with the Shroud. Well, again, that sounds pretty good, but what is this ancestry? Which parts of it will not allow it to be identified with the Shroud? Now, we finally started getting some specifics. When I say this, we didn't get them in syndenology. If you were part of syndenology, which I became a part of in 1986, nobody talked about this. It's hard to remember, but there were no blog posts and there were no podcasts. And so we were still dealing with, regular snail mail. And once in a while, Joe Marino would put out, some kind of a publication of what was happening lately. But what was happening in the other real world, Avril Cameron finally came back, and this time she brought a gun. And she said, I've been studying the Syriac texts from the 6th and 7th century, and the image of Edessa was a painting on wood. You can read all these various descriptions in Syriac texts. But what did we know? Because nobody talked about that. Nobody said what the academics were saying. And I'm fairly sure that Wilson would have known about it. I think he was tracking all the comments coming to his hypothesis, but he never mentioned it. There was another fellow by the name of Robin Cormack. He was a professor of art history, I believe. And he pointed out that the Mandylion icon that you see in the St. Catherine Monastery, and I think that's the first slide, Dale, number 1.
All right, hang on. I'm bringing that up now.
Yeah.
Is it?
So Cormac comes along and says, "Hey, I'm looking at this. This is, by the way, you see this a few times in my presentation. This is probably the most accurate picture that you're going to get of whatever the image of Edessa was, because it was painted somewhere between 947 and 959. This is the presentation of the cloth to Abgar, going back to the 1st century, recreating that. And Abgar in this picture has the face of the then emperor of the Byzantine Empire, Constantine the VII at that time. But anyway, Cormac says, look at what they're portraying here. At the bottom of this icon, there is a fringe, and it should be a fold. If this is the shroud folded underneath, it should be a fold. And I might add that if it was the shroud that was part of the Abgar legend, it should also be on a board and attached to a board in some way. It doesn't seem to be. But not to dwell on the particulars, I think we'll get to them maybe in the second segment of the show. The bottom line was that this was the a comment of another academic. So I'm through with that now, Dale. I don't know if you want to get rid of that for the moment.
Oh, get rid of the slides, or
just this slide, or if you just want to leave it up there, fine.
okay.
I had gotten involved with the with syndology in 1986, and my mentor at that time, I kind of hooked up with this intellectual woman. Her name was Dorothy Crispina, and she was the editor and publisher of Shroud Spectrum International. And I told her what my interest was, which was history. I wasn't really that interested in the science or what have you. And she said, look, if you're interested in the history, lucky for you, 8 years ago, Ian Wilson published this book. And she told me, I'm not a big fan of it, but it's there, and get it, and you'll find it interesting, and let me know what you think. So I went out and got Wilson's book in 86. And when I read the portion on the history, I kind of thought of the hypothesis as being in 3 separate parts. To me, it was a little bit like an Oreo cookie with the 2 wafers on the cream. And, the first wafer was the early history, which we're going to talk about in this program. And then the cream of the cookie was the identification of the shroud with the image of Edessa and the Mandylion. And then the other wafer was covering the missing years after the shroud disappeared from Constantinople. And Wilson had it going with the Templars. And so when I looked at this, as a person who had always been interested in history and had read thousands of history books at that time, it struck me that the wafers weren't very historical, especially the first portion, which we'll go over today. I wasn't seeing a lot of citations, historical sources. I was seeing a lot of legend and that sort of thing. And so I thought that what I could do to help in syndenology that I would start working on those two aspects, the early history and the missing years history. And eventually, about 10 years later or so, after I attended a Shroud conference, it was suggested that I make a presentation of a paper to, I think the conference at that time was in Nice, France. And so I came up with what I call the Cathar hypothesis, and this is that during the missing years of the Shroud after Constantinople, it was not in the hands of the Templars, but in the hands of the Cathar. So I disagreed with Wilson. I thought it was an improvement on what Wilson had done, but it wasn't a big deal. That was something that I did at that time. Then 2 years later, I turned my attention to what we're going to be talking about today. And after a bunch of research that I'd done on that, I was convinced that the Shroud had not gone to Edessa. It had gone to Antioch. And I presented that at the 1999 Richmond conference. And I made it very clear at that conference that I still felt that there was cream in this cookie, that when Antioch was destroyed by the Persian army in 540, I actually thought that that the Shroud had made its way out of Antioch and had made its way over to Edessa. So it left Antioch in 540. By 544, it's in Edessa, and it can be there for the Persian siege. And Ian Wilson was at that conference, and he congratulated me on that presentation. And he put a note into the BSTS newsletter. He said, he described my presentation as the most persuasively argued new theory for the Shroud's historical whereabouts before the 6th century, suggesting that its first post-Jerusalem home was Antioch. So this is another thing that people don't understand. This is not, some kind of a competition or a face-off. But even in the early years, Wilson and I were working in different ways on different aspects and possibilities, and with a high degree of tolerance for what we're doing. I think we were actually working independently to discover what the truth was of the Shroud's history. Now, by 2008, I had continued to do a lot of research. I was supposed to present this at the 2005 Shroud Conference in Dallas, but that was a fiasco. And I didn't present it there, but then in 2008, they had a conference in Columbus. And by that time, it was my belief that I had found evidence, historical evidence, that the Shroud had left Antioch for a short period of time at the end of the 2nd century. It was taken to Edessa at that time, and it was employed for the conversion of the king at that time, King Abgar the Great. And that essentially that the Abgar legend was an allegory. It was written in the late 2nd century, and they made an allegory out of the facts to make it refer to the 1st century. Now, when I finished this presentation, and by the way, in this presentation, I introduced the concept of the discipline of the secret, which we'll talk about today, but that's essentially that nobody is supposed to talk about faith pearls, including the Shroud. And I also brought into syndenology something called the Sermon of Athanasius, which we'll talk about today. That's the text that referred to an image of Jesus going back to the Church of Jerusalem. But when I left the conference, I still was of a belief that the Shroud had left Antioch in 540 and had been taken over to Edessa, thereby preserving what I think was the cream of Wilson's hypothesis. At that time, I still knew of no academic objections that had been made to the hypothesis. They were never mentioned by Wilson. They weren't mentioned by other Shroud authenticists. They were not appearing in any articles. They were not discussed at any conference. It was, that's what the big bad wolf is doing on the other side of the fence. But, it's not affecting what it is that we're studying and what we believe. Now, one thing did happen at that conference. A very venerated syndenologist, Rex Morgan from Australia, delivered a keynote speech. And part of his speech, he said, we need better evidence of the Shroud's pre-Learite history. And I wondered because, Morgan was involved for longer than I was. And he had read all of these things, including Wilson's hypothesis, and he seemed to have reservations about a hypothesis. But, Rex was just the ambassador for syndenology. He wasn't a historian himself, and I wasn't sure what exactly he was basing that on. But my turning point came in 2009, and that is when Mark Guskin, who was a syndenologist, and I knew him as a linguist at the time. I actually had him do some translations for some old Latin texts when I was researching the Cathar theory. He came out with a book. And Mark, in this book, treated it as an academic rendering. I think it was because, I'm not sure of this, I think it was because he was planning on getting a PhD, and he was going to go out into academic circles. He was going to use this research to get his PhD. And in any event, he went to a publisher like Brill, which is an academic publisher. And for the first time, I was reading a book about the image of Edessa, which was actually academic in nature. And the very first thing I noticed is that Guskin's conclusion, and he's very tight with Ian Wilson, and he's, undoubtedly an authenticist. He came to the conclusion that the image of Edessa's origin cannot be established with any certainty. He had researched this up and down. So he was not endorsing a lot of the things that were in the hypothesis for years, that, the origin was in 1st century, and it came out of the wall in the 6th century, and it was at the Persian siege. So he kind of reached a conclusion that was not helpful for the hypothesis. More importantly to me is I started reading his footnotes, and he was citing all sorts of academic sources on people who were not writing about the Shroud. They were writing about things that were pertinent to the Shroud history. They might have been interested in the history of Edessa, or they may have been interested in, church councils or what have you. But these were real academic historians, and they were writing things that were pertinent. And here Guskin was citing them. So I said, well, this is really something. I want to see what they're saying about this. And just to give you 2 quick examples, there were academics who were saying that this statement by Evagrius at the end of the 6th century, that there was an icon of Jesus brought to bear in the Persian siege of 544. There were academics, well-known academics, who said that particular passage is an interpolation. It was not put there until the 8th century, and it was put there for purposes of a conophile conference they were having in the 8th century. But again, I had never heard that before. Wilson had never brought that up. Nobody in syndenology was bringing it up. So that was news to me. And then there were other references to the fact that that icon was not even involved in the Persian siege of 544, because there was a historian called Procopius who wrote an account of that siege, and he wrote nothing about an image. So you start seeing that some of these statements that are being put there as rather absolute and are unquestioned, are questionable. And the final thing for me really was Wilson himself came out with his 3rd book in 2010. Now, I think what happened is he was overreacting to Guskin's 2009 book, because it was like, well, you don't even know where the history of the image of Edessa began. And he started writing things like, well, the full body image may have been known in the 7th century. And he's got a quote from a Nestorian bishop, and he says that quote may indicate that the Nestorian bishop knew of the full image of the Shroud. And then he gets into this incident that happened with Bishop Arkoff in Jerusalem, where some cloth was put to a trial by fire, but it was thrown up in the air. Everybody saw it. And he's saying that could be the shroud. Well, if either of those things are a reference to the shroud, there goes that sine qua non that we talked about before, because now people know that there's a full body image. So why in the world are we getting the art that's only showing the portraits of the face? So that, I found that very disconcerting. And the biggest item, I think, was that Wilson said, well, here, I found some new proof. And the new proof is that there were these portraits of Jesus. They were painted in the 6th century in what is Russian Georgia. And they were copies of the image of Edessa. They're datable to the 6th century. So if they were copied from the image of Edessa, then the image of Edessa does go back to the 6th century. And he had a citation for that. And it was from a professor, see if I can get her name here, Irma Karish-Lashby. And it turned out she wrote this article for the Penn State University. I had to go get the book. It was like a $100 book, and I was only going to read one article in it. The rest of it had nothing to do with the shroud. But when I read the book, sure enough, what he said was true. Professor Irma did say that there were these pictures in Georgia from the 6th century. She said they were probably painted or commissioned by the missionaries who came from Edessa. And so that kind of fit what Wilson said. But that wasn't the purpose of her paper. The main thrust of her paper was she picked up where Professor Cameron had left off like 10 years before. She said there are all these Syriac texts, and she quoted them, that said the image of Edessa at that time was a painting on wood, which made perfect sense because that's what the portrait of Jesus was supposed to be. If you went back to the doctrine of Addai, it was a painting on wood. So if you had a painting on wood, you know, that's probably the way you would treat it. As the actual portrait that was done of Jesus. But at this point, I began to question why that was not put forward in the book. You know, again, this is a major objection. There's a citation from this very article, but the gist of the article is not about these missionaries that are going to Georgia. It's about the image of Edessa being a painting on wood. And that's kind of where I then said to myself, and I guess a little bit of this is the fact that by profession I was an attorney, and for many years I went by attorney ethics. And one of the ethics in practicing law is that you must provide to the court all applicable law, whether it's favorable or not favorable, because the idea is to get at the truth, get the evidence in there, and get at the truth. And so for the first time, I was feeling that in all my years in syndenology, I wasn't getting all the information that was available, because if it was unfavorable to the authenticist side or to a particular theory side, then it just wasn't published. It was either overlooked or it was ignored. And so I decided at that time, I'm going to start with a blank slate, and I'm going to just do all academic research from this point forward. And from the period of about 2010 to 2014, that's what I did, 4 years. And I read so many academic sources, I couldn't even tell you what they were. They were in the hundreds, if not the thousands. And meanwhile, new to the scene at that year, I think, was this skeptical historian, Andrea Nicolati. And he publishes a book in 2011 in Italian, in Italy, in which he just attempts to dismantle the Mendelian theory of Wilson's point by point by point. That book was eventually published in English, I think, in 2014. And so kind of the word got out that something like that was happening. And there was never a response forthcoming either from Wilson or from any of these people who had been defending the Mendelian hypothesis. The only one that wrote anything that I'm aware of on the book was Manuel Marinelli, and her focus was more on Nicolotti's style and, where he could be insulting and towards individual people and towards authenticists as a whole. But it wasn't substantive. It didn't respond to what his claims were. And as far as I'm concerned, that book still lies out there and it stays unanswered, even as we speak today. And maybe in the older days, before I started, looking at this myself, I might have tried to defend the hypothesis, but I had moved on. I was looking for something else. And after 4 years of research of academic sources, they had another conference in St. Louis. I went to the conference in St. Louis. I presented a paper called Modern Scholarship in the Turin Shroud. The paper was 76 pages long with, I don't know, 1,000 or so citations to academic authorities. And this is what I said in presenting it. With the Mendelian theory clearly weakened by 30 plus years of incessant academic assaults, the timing would seem to be propitious for the advancement of a new historical hypothesis consistent with published findings of modern scholarship. That was my goal. I was trying to explain to the people I'd known for years why I was doing the shift. And then I developed this theory that, in brief, in 540, the Shroud didn't leave Antioch and go to Edessa, but it went to Constantinople. And then after it got there, it became known as a not made by human hands image of Jesus. It was called the image of God Incarnate, and it was a historically recognized image. Hugh, in making his short presentation, mentioned the image of Camilliano. It's sometimes called that, but that's not what the Byzantines called it back in those days. They called it the image of God Incarnate. And then my theory went on to say that that's the cloth that in the 10th century became known as the Sindon. And this is the cloth that was exhibited when the Fourth Crusade was in Constantinople. And that's the cloth that, quote, disappeared, unquote, after the sack of Constantinople. Now, since then, I've had mainly a positive reaction to that. I think almost everyone who has an open mind has received it, very warmly, complimented it, had questions about it naturally. In 2017, it was adopted by John Jackson's group, the Shroud Center of Colorado, and put in their version of Summary and Conclusions, I think is the name of their
the PowerPoint.
Yeah. It's been cited in numerous books and articles and papers and podcasts. Just recently, it became the subject of a podcast by Veramyth, that organization, called The History of a Miracle, that's had over 60,000 views, and they're following the history that I put out there. And coming up, it's going to be reviewed and summarized in the next two issues of Kahir, I think they pronounce it, but it's the publication that's put out by the French Shroud Society, MNTV. Where the disappointing thing is it's been ignored by certain syndenologists. They are usually syndenologists who support, which it's their right to do, the image of Edessa hypothesis. And I kind of wondered about this because not one of these people who continue to advance this other hypothesis has ever talked to me. They've never discussed it with me or given me their reasons. But Nicolatti, when he wrote his latest book in 2015, he said this, and I thought it applicable. He said, "For too many years, syndenology has been engaged in the diffusion of books, brochures, documentaries, and television programs in which Wilson's history is presented as established and is thus passively welcomed by anyone. Supporters of authenticity must accept Wilson's explanations or be obliged to delete from their books all the chapters concerning the history of the Shroud prior to the 14th century. Because this is perceived as extremely risky, many prefer to continue to sustain Wilson's theories." And I think that observation is true. But I think it's also applicable not just to book writers, but we have so many people in syndonology. They write articles, they make podcasts, they make presentations, especially a lot of these people that I know Hugh is familiar with because he's talked about them on the science side. They go out to church groups and the people know nothing. And so whatever they tell them, they're going to believe, and no one's there to question them or contradict them. But they go out to the church groups and they go out and they do present this Wilson's hypothesis as if it was a fact. And then they go home and they have all these people believing that it's true. A lot of times they don't tell them it's based on a legend or that it's not substantiated. They never tell them that there's an alternate hypothesis now, my own. That's kind of disappointing, but it is the way of the world, and it does happen. So I'm going to wrap this up by just saying that it leaves us today, I think, with three principal views on this early period that we're going to talk about. One is the Wilson theory that during this period, the shroud was at one point something called the portrait of Jesus presented to Abgar in Edessa. There is my hypothesis, which says that during this period, the shroud was in the city of Antioch for the entire time. And then there is the medieval view, and as Hugh just put it very succinctly, they don't believe that the shroud existed at that time. So, a pox on both of our houses, I suppose. But, those at least are the positions. So I wanted today to kind of summarize everything in terms of where we are, maybe to kind of clarify things for a lot of people who don't know. They were not present when I made my presentation in St. Louis, probably never watched the film of it. But I'm here today as a person who's very familiar with Wilson's theory and was a one-time supporter of it. I know its pluses and I know its minuses. And so it would have been nice if Cheryl would have been able to make it today, because I think she was supposed to speak on its behalf. And I've been waiting for a lot of years for anyone to speak out loud on its behalf, but you don't see that. They'd rather just present without any question. So, but I think that between Hugh and myself, we know enough about the theory to comment on, and I would be very candid where I can be positive about it. But I'll tell you right now, for this show, which is about the first 500 years, there's not a lot that I can be positive about. I've never been enthused about this part of the theory, but I'll be happy to discuss it.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Jack. And and like I said, Cheryl, she's just feeling ill today. She promises she will be here for the next one. And that's where we're really getting into the meat and potatoes as we move beyond 500 AD. But for today's show, we are covering the evidence for these two theories, image of Edessa versus the image of God Incarnate, from between 30 AD to 500 AD. And on that front, I kind of want to look at the evidence for and against each theory. So let's kind of turn and look at the image of Edessa first in terms of the evidence. And actually, just before I get started, I will say, Guy Powell, hi, hey, Guy, he's in the audience and he's saying, hi, Dale, great to hear Jack. Looking forward to the discussion there. And we have Irish Forever. He's someone who's been following the Shroud Wars for a long time. So, yep, he's saying I should write a book. Well, guess what? I'm actually working on writing one up. So, get that there. So, awesome. So, with that said, Hugh, I'm going to turn over to you. Let me just unmute you. And give us kind of a brief take. What is the image of Edessa hypothesis? Where does it say the shroud was between 30 AD and 500 AD? What's the evidence that they present in favor of that in terms of the documents trying to prove that the image of Edessa theory, at least for those first 500 years, is correct?
Well, I think we have to be quite careful here when we set a limit at the history of the shroud up to 500 AD. Of course, nobody wrote, apart from the Gospels themselves, nobody wrote anything about the image of Edessa up to 500 AD. They wrote it in retrospect, as it were. And the earliest mentioned, Jack will know, Lady Pilgrim, who went to Edessa and made a very detailed description of all the holy things she found there. made no reference to any painting or image of any kind. And it's only much later that we start having these recollections and saying that there is Egeria. Yes, that's the one, Egeria. And then, I mean, yes, I shall rely on Jack for all the historical detail. But I'll give sort of general trends. But I think it's very important to realize that if somebody had written in the 2nd century and we still had a copy of it, we've got a picture of Jesus, then that would be very significant indeed. But nobody did. And we don't know anything about this image until much, much later, looking back to it. That's not to say it didn't exist until these people wrote about it, but that we can't distinguish whether its history is history or legend by the time anybody wrote it down. One or two other things, which again, I may be sort of jumping forward because people started writing a lot about the image of Edessa after it had already arrived in Constantinople, which was 400 years after the period of which we speak. But it is the image of Edessa is always associated with a tile. In Constantinople, nobody ever saw the image from Edessa without the tile that came with it. Now, it's never quite clear to me whether this tile was as big as a paving slab or a tiny little block like this. But the story goes that the image was resting in a niche in a wall, and somehow it transferred its image onto this tile, which I take to be something ceramic, but for all we know, it could be a mosaic or something like that. Also, there were, I think, at least 2 of these images which were extremely similar, so much so that when they finally went to go and get it, there was a debate in Edessa as to which one was the real one, in case the Arabs fobbed them off with the copy. Now, in fact, they were probably almost indistinguishable, and neither of them were in any sense real. But again, we don't hear this. That we get the idea that there was just one single icon, whereas in fact there were, I think, at least 2, and probably others. The only other thing that I wanted to throw in, since we're talking about it, is that there's been people got very excited about the mention that the cloth was tetradiplon or tetradiplon or something like that would be the Greek pronunciation, and all the elaborate ways in which people have tried to make 4 folds in the cloth and still end up with the image as Ian Wilson sees it. In other words, a sort of be a 1/8 of the shroud, and then mounted in a trellis and nailed into boards so that nobody could see what it was. And I think it's not generally known that the image is never described as folded in 4 or tetradiplon. That word only occurs in the terms of Jesus being handed a tetradiplon or a tetradiplon to leave the image of his face on. In other words, it wasn't a description of what happened to the cloth after it had received its image. It was a description of the cloth before it received the image. And there's absolutely no mention of the fact that the cloth was folded in 4 ever afterwards. To my mind, I think, we know it's a hapax legomenon. There's no way of looking up to see what other people said. But I think of it as being a word that in English we might translate as 4-ply. Now, I can go down to a carpentry shop, I do frequently, and I ask for sheets of wood to make stage scenery out of. And I say, can I have some 5-ply or some 3-ply? And they know what I mean. It's that plywood made of thin sheets all stuck together. And I'm suspecting that whoever wrote this account was aware that maybe towels, for all I know, came as 4-ply, which is basically what tetradiplon means. I don't think it has anything to do with the folding up of the cloth in order to produce just the face as an image. I think that I haven't got much else to say regarding, because we're, as I say, we're jumping back to the year 500, except to say that much later, when everybody went to Constantinople, nearly everybody who saw the image also saw the shroud, and they mentioned that they saw the image and they saw the shroud. What they don't say is that they were the same thing. I think that's all I can say without Jack correcting me.
Gotcha. One thing, just before I go to Jack, so I will clarify for the audience. Obviously, the image of Edessa theory posits that the shroud was going under different names. So it wasn't known as the image of Edessa until the 6th century AD. Before that, who knows what you could just call it, the image that was sent to King Abgar, right? Based on that King Abgar legend. And just to clarify for the audience, so that the image of Edessa says that it was taken by Jesus' disciple, Adai or Thaddeus, taken to King Abgar and sent to him in the 1st century, mid-1st century AD, right? And after that, it was known in the kingdom for a couple generations, and then it was lost. It was hidden in the city, and it was lost for the next century. So up until 500 AD, they lost it, they forgot about it, and that's the traditional image of Edessa theory, just to clarify that for the audience. But as to what the theory is. But Jack, just want to turn it to you. So yeah, you can kind of summarize what the image of Edessa theory is up from 30 to 500 AD, if I summarize that correctly or not. Yeah. And also, what's your assessment of the evidence for it? Because I noticed Hugh missed a couple things that they'll give.
Yeah, well, I'll run through it if you could get my slides again, and I'll take it. I'm going to divide this into what I call suppositions, and at the end of each supposition, we can stop and Hugh can get involved in the discussion at that time, if that's okay.
Okay, so the only thing that's with Hugh, there's an echo I've noticed, and because I'm sharing your slides, I'm gonna have to go back and forth. I'll just leave him unmuted. Let's see if it's not too bad, hopefully.
All right, and if not, I can stop and you can mute me while he's making his comments. But yeah, I'm hearing some.
It's coming from Hugh's end, yeah. So it's okay. So it's just going to be Jack, pay attention to Hugh. If Hugh raises his hand, indicating he wants to speak, let me know, and then I can come back and unmute him and stuff. But I can't see you guys while I'm sharing your screen. So. Yeah,
and with what you've got up here, I don't even have Hugh on my screen as you have this up.
Oh shoot. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put it to the normal thing then. I can't share full screen.
That's all right. That's no problem.
Okay.
All right. I've got Hugh as a thumb. Oh, okay. I can see Hugh now. All right. So what I did, Dale, is I kind of broke this down in terms of what I'll call suppositions. What you have on the screen here, you have to remember that this is Wilson's ultimate conclusion, that the image that you see on the left here, which is that portrayal of the image of Edessa from around 947, 3 years or so after it came to Constantinople, he says that image is the image on the right. And that's the image, the shroud image, not in negative format, so what would have been seen at that time. And one thing that Hugh mentioned that I think has some applicability here, he talked about when the Byzantines went to Edessa and they wanted to get the image of Edessa. They found out that there were 3 sects that were there, and they each had their own image of Jesus. Now, I don't know what they looked like, but let's assume for the moment that what we see on the left was the best of them, because that's the one that they took. But if the image of Edessa was the image on the right, wouldn't it have been obvious what the grand prize here was? Would you ever take what you have on the left or some facsimile of it when you had this image on the right? It's one of the problems that you have when you really think about the details of the history. It is Wilson's theory, then, remember, that what the image you see on the right, the shroud face, is an image that they've had in Edessa for 600 years. The Byzantines go out and they need to get an image, and they actually have to bring a bishop of Samosata out to pick out the right image. I mean, it seems like it would be rather obvious that what you're looking at on the right would be the nearest thing to an image not made by human hands. It actually seems to show some blood on Jesus' forehead or whatever, but I think that's kind of what begs the question. Now, I mentioned this before. A hypothesis is a supposition that's based upon limited factual evidence. And when you told me you wanted to do the show and to take a look at the Mendelian theory, when I was looking at it, I realized that it can be broken down into suppositions. And there are, I counted 8 suppositions that form the Mendelian theory for the first 500 years for the portrait that was supposed to be in Edessa in the 1st century. So I think what would be useful is to review the suppositions and see if they're based on factual evidence, and if they are, just how good that evidence is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a problem here on my end. I don't know what it is. Okay. All right. So let's go to supposition number 1, and you can leave that up, Dale.
This one. Okay.
The first supposition is that the portrait of Jesus had a historical existence. So what is the evidence that this portrait that they're talking about had a real existence? There really was a portrait in Edessa in the 1st century. Well, there are no historical sources whatsoever. What you have are 3 legendary sources. One from, as Hugh mentioned, one from around the year 400. But that was supposedly taken out of Edessa's archive, so it might be as old as maybe to 200. And then you had the next one, which was around 630. That's the Acts of Thaddeus, which mentions the Tetradiphon. And then you have the Byzantine version in 945. But the bottom line is that the fact that there even was a portrait of Jesus in 1st century Edessa is entirely legendary. And all of these portraits that they describe of the images, they're all different. In 400, the portrait was a man-made painting of Jesus' living face, probably done on wood, although the text doesn't tell you that. That doesn't sound like the shroud face. In 630 or thereabouts, the Acts of Thaddeus, it's a portrait. It's a miraculous image now, but it's also of a living Jesus face, and it's on cloth. Just the face of Jesus on cloth with nothing else doesn't sound that much like the shroud face, because we can see the blood that is on the shroud face. And the third is the legend, the Byzantine legend. And in this one, they've now seen a portrayal of Jesus that had blood portrayed on it. And so the Byzantines have to come up. They can't take that story where Jesus washed his face and because he's got blood on his face. So they come up with a new version. And the new version is that Jesus was in his agony. He was sweating blood, and someone handed him a cloth. And therefore, when he wiped his face, not only did he get the image of his face, but also the blood came off as well. This is as close as you can get to the shroud image, but it's still not 100%, because it's a living Jesus. It's not a dead Jesus. And even if we go back and we look at the portrait that was there in St. Catherine Monastery, it looks like a living Jesus. His eyes are open and he has no trauma to his face. So these 3 legends, one is at least 170 to 360 years later after the events, the first one. When you move on to the Acts of Thaddeus, you're now 597 years after the event. When you move on to the Byzantine legend, you're 912 years after the event. These are not good historical sources. And I think if Cheryl was here, because I've heard her talk about this before, you talk about primary sources. That's what historians look for. And one of the ideas of a primary source is that they're near to the event, or as near as possible. If they're not contemporary with the event, well, then they're maybe written within a matter of 5, 10, maybe even 20 years. But it's a writing down of an event near to the time. And none of these legends, even if they weren't legends, even if they were historical texts, none of them are primary in nature. And so for this first supposition, that is that there really was a legendary portrait of Jesus that existed in the first century, that supposition is not based on any historical evidence, and therefore I think that has to be rejected. So that takes care of the first supposition that I would cover. I don't know, I haven't seen Hugh put anything else. If he doesn't want to say anything about this, I'll just move on to the second. Okay.
If Hugh's raising his hand, then let me know and I'll unmute him.
Okay, he's just giving me thumbs up, so I think he's okay with it.
He's good to go. Okay, so next slide.
Okay. Well, no, just keep that slide,
okay,
because we haven't used it yet. The second supposition. The second supposition is that the shroud was folded and mounted on a board to make it a portrait of Jesus' face. Again, this does not come from any historical source. No one reports that this is what happened with Jesus' burial shroud. It's an inference that Wilson makes from two texts. The first text is the one that Hugh talked about. It's the Acts of Thaddeus, and this is where Jesus was handed a tetradippon and he washed his face. So, and we'll get into this in a bit, but Wilson says that therefore, in order that if it's a tetradippon, it had to be folded, so that's evidence for the shroud having been folded. And then you go to the 945 legend again by the Byzantines, and they said that Abgar affixed the face image to a wooden board. Now, if that were true and it was the shroud, then I would concede that that would certainly have concealed all or most of the shroud body image. But this is curious because the legend itself says that Abgar did that. And Wilson's theory is the apostles did that. And there's a long explanation by Wilson of why they would have done that. The cloth was bloody, it's a burial cloth, that sort of thing. But if you look at the hypothesis, more or less that the apostles fooled Abgar, he was the first to be fooled, and then it fooled everybody else for 11 centuries. But the actual legend that he relies upon here says that Abgar fixed the image to the board. So maybe they're reconcilable. Maybe it was folded, but if it was folded, I don't know why he would not have unfolded it. Whereas if it was placed on the board by the apostles and pinned to the board, maybe he wouldn't have. So again, the second conclusion that it was a folded object is based entirely upon legends. And for that reason, I believe that supposition has to be rejected. Now we move into the third supposition. And this is something that, this and the next supposition, I'm not really speaking as a historian here. It's more a matter of, it might actually be more in Hugh's line, I don't know. But let's just run through this and say that the supposition is that the shroud, when it was folded into a portrait, was a tetradippon, as was described in the Acts of Thaddeus. Now, this is what Wilson said in 1978, how to make the tetradippon. He said, one takes the cloth and doubles it, then doubles it twice again, producing a cloth that's doubled in 4 sections. The head of Christ appears on the uppermost section, curiously disembodied. Here are the final words, exactly as on the artist's copy of the Mandilion. That was his presentation. Now, he did this, I'm assuming this is his work, it was in his book, but this is the illustration that he put on of the tetradippon. If you look at it, you're folding it over one from the top, and then you're doing a couple of tucks. You're tucking the front section under, and then you're tucking the back section under. And that's going to give you, he has written here, double twice. But take a look at your final product there. You've got an image of head to the waist. You don't have an image of the head. And it's rather amazing to me that this kind of passed muster, because this did not produce anything like the Mandillion, because it's not a portrait of the face. I think Hugh wants to say something here.
Okay, hang on one second. All right, there you go, Hugh.
Yeah, the exact meaning of tetra and diplon is very difficult to understand. Whether it just means 4 times 2, which means 8, whether it refers to layers, or whether it refers to folds, or whether it could refer to double folds. But I think Wilson's hypothesis is that the whole thing was folded again. So you can do that with 3 folds. Here's a piece of shroud. So I fold it once to get it to that shape. And then instead of tucking up the sides, which I suppose you could do, but I would fold it twice to get it to that shape. And then the third time would get it to that shape, which is the shape that we're looking for. Now, that's now, what is it, 8 layers thick. And it's the result of 3 folds. But whether you can translate that into tetradiplon or not, I don't know. I don't think it's terribly important. I don't think it happened.
Fair enough.
I think that all Wilson's books do show another fold on top of the one that Jack showed us.
Gotcha. Okay, putting you back on mute, bringing up the slides again, and continue on, Jack, with your presentation.
Okay. Well, I mean, Hugh is right. I'm trying to show here how this progressed. So in 1978, when he first presented it, what I presented is this. And this doesn't have any kind of final fold, and you basically were left with an image from head to waist. And this produces what we're looking at here, the 1978 version. You have 3 folds and 4 layers. So I can only imagine that the way that he was interpreting tetradiplon in 1978 were the layers, what I would call the layers, or the plies, as Hugh called them before. But if you take a look at the final product there from the side, you've got, 4 levels there. And so it seems that Wilson is defining tetradiplon with regard to the folds. So let's go to the next slide, I think. Yep. That's okay. This one is where he said that produces something that then becomes like a Mandillion. This is just an example of a Mandillion, and obviously this is of the head only, and it's not of the waist. So it didn't produce a Mandillion, as was said in 1978. Okay, you go to the next one now. Okay, this is Wilson's. I think that's what I got here. Hugh.
What you were saying, yeah.
I think I got this here. This is his illustration from his book in 1998. And so this is kind of like when at first you don't succeed, you try again. There's no note in the book about what I think was the failure of the first illustration. And this time Wilson says, you fold the shroud in 4x2. That's a hyphenated word. 4-by-2 folds, as the word tetradiplon seems to suggest. I'm not exactly sure what he means there, but what you see he does, he folds the cloth in half above the head, folds it again, this time at the waist, and then he folds it for the 3rd time below the neck. And now this produces 3 folds and 8 layers. Now, once he's got 8 layers, that's different from how he was defining tetradiplon the first time around, where it was 4 layers, because you have 8 layers here. But in any event, it does produce the wanted image, frontal image of a head only, But, it's like the old commercial, where's the beef? It's like, where's the tetradiplon here? Where is the tetra in this? It's 3 folds, it's 8 layers. So I've
Well,
always had problems with what is the tetradiplon.
can I just jump in just with a couple quick questions? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so first thing I want to say, in terms of the tetradiplon, I'm not sure about this, but like I see he has numbers, right? So okay, so 1, it's totally unfolded, 2, then 3, and then 4, and he gets that rectangle shape. So like maybe that's what he's trying to say. It's like the 4 stages of it.
Well, I see the word tetradiplon. That's 4, and diplon is fold. So I don't think number 1 there plays into it at all. It's like where you start it, and then to get where you're getting, you're doing 3 folds and you're producing 8 layers. So I don't see that. I do agree that by numbering it that way, it kind of makes it look like it's tetra, doesn't it? But
okay.
I don't see it.
Okay, and the other thing I just wanted to very quickly ask you about is I notice he's saying that it has this fringe all up and down the cross. Is Ian Wilson actually saying that there was a fringe? He thinks there was a fringe all the way up and down.
Yeah, if you take a look at this, Dale, on that image that's number 6 at the bottom, he's actually got nails going up and down the right side and the left side, and so he's attaching some cloth to that. I always thought it was the overlay, like this trellis overlay was a cloth, and he's attached that to either side. But you're right, on number 1 there, and 2 and 3, it looks like he's showing the shroud, and he's showing a fringe coming off of the shroud. And I'm not aware of any fringes on the side of the shroud that they've noted that would be mounted in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for answering. And yeah, go ahead and continue.
Okay. So the next slide, please. So this is a better view of the folding sequence. And so it's pretty much like what he had there on his illustration. You fold once at the top, and then you have 2 folds. And by the time you're done, you have the 3 folds and the 8 layers. Now, I don't know exactly where I got this drawing, but this also has something coming out from the sides, as if it's some sort of fringe of some kind, but I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to represent. So if we take a look at the idea that this supposition is that the image of the shroud was folded into a tetradiplon, and subject to what anybody else can add to this or change to it. In my mind, this is a supposition that has not been proved. Even if you could connect the word tetradiplon from the 7th century to what happened in the 1st century, I don't know how that word tetradiplon is reflected on a folding of the shroud. And Hugh is raising his hand here.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, hang on, Hugh.
Yep.
There you go.
So, since we're covering every angle, I might as well show you. I think this is Stephen Jones's idea, and that is that you fold the ends of the shroud into the middle. So that's the first fold, that's the second fold, and then the third fold folds it in 2, and then the 4th fold bends it over, and you end up like that. It's just, there are ways of doing it, but they involve really something more like origami than what you'd expect.
No. Well,
that's just that, yeah.
Well, if that's so, I think that would be a way. I wasn't not able to find a way from what was illustrated by Wilson over the years, who's the proponent of this. I wasn't able to see how he was ever able to achieve that.
All right, bring it back.
The next supposition is one that I would agree with. Wilson supposes that the shroud, when it is folded into a facial portrait, it produces a landscape aspect portrait. Now, by this he means, and this is from his book, that the image on the left is landscape portrait, and that is that the width is longer than the height, whereas on a regular portrait, non-landscape, it's going to be more vertical, and it can even be a little bit on the side of a square. But this is something that I have found that I question about it. Take the shroud measurements. The shroud is 43 inches wide. The normal face width for a person is 6 to 7 inches. Men's face width is a little bit wider than women's on the average. Let's take the 7 in this case to make it even. You're left with 36 inches. So your width in the landscape, if you get down to this folded version, final version, you're going to have the face in the middle, and on either side you're supposed to have about 18 inches. And so that approximately translates out to 3 more faces on each side of the face. The proportionality should be that the face width would be about 1/7 of the entire width. So, your face, if the face is 6 inches and the shroud is 42 inches wide, you're going to get 7 of them. So it should be 3 faces on one side, 3 to the other side, and the face that's in the middle. On the length, the up and down, the shroud is 173 inches, and when you do these 3 folds that we talked about, you get 22 inches in height. Now, the normal face length is 8 to 9 inches. Take 8 inches off, and you have 14 inches, so that means that you have about 7 inches to the top and 7 inches to the bottom. That's roughly the length of a face, a little under roughly the length of a face above the image and one below it. In any event, the face length should be about 1/3 the height here. The face height should be 1/3 of the total cloth. So here I would say that supposition is correct. No matter how you do it, you are going to end up with something that's landscaped rather than one that's a portrait. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, we've seen this before. Wilson then says that the Mandyllion, the supposition, is a landscape aspect portrait possessing a width greater than its height. He's saying that now, not about what he's folding up, but he's saying that about the Mandyllion. So he's saying that what he is showing you here is what you're going to end up with the Mandyllion. These are his exact words from his 1978 book. The copies of the Mandyllion before its 1204 disappearance turn out to be of considerable importance. For instance, one of the oddities is that on all, with the exception of 2 icons, the head was arranged in a landscape aspect rather than a portrait aspect. So he's saying that what you see here, which is the shroud folded, that's what you're going to see when you get to a Mandyllion. Okay, next slide, please.
Yep. Next one. You don't want.
Yeah, that's it, I think. I think I just wanted to say that when Wilson said that, he didn't provide any examples. If you go through his 78 book and you go through his 98 book, there are very, very few examples of the Mandyllion. There's 1 or 2 which I'll show you, but what do we know about the Mandyllion? This is what I did. I simply Googled images for a Mandyllion, and this is what you're getting. This is the top of the page. There's plenty more. And you can see that most of these are of the portrait aspect. They're not landscape aspect. I mean, any way that you're looking at most Mandillions, and you can go to that page and you can count them up. You have a couple here that where they're showing like a couple of angels or whatever holding a cloth. That kind of makes it look landscaped. But by and large, most of them are just vertical and up and down. Now go to the next slide, Dale, please. So this just shows how they're more like the portrait image on the right than they are the landscape on the left. Next slide. So here's a typical Mandillion, and again, you would not, if you tried to add heads to this portrayal, I don't think you could get another head to the right and another head to the left. Maybe you could squeeze one in, but they should be in landscape portrait. They should be 3 heads wide to either side. So this is, to me, a portrait aspect. And I don't know what Wilson was looking at. He doesn't say. He says, well, of all the Mandillions that I'm looking at, only 2 are in a non-landscape portrait. Okay, next slide. So again, that Mandillion looks more like the one on the right, which is portrait. Okay, next slide. And this is one of the Mandillions that Wilson does publish in his book. This has a trellis, but again, when you look at it, it's more of a portrait type. In fact, this is the one that over on the left, they look like the nails that the cloth or something is attached to. They're not over on the right-hand side, but just look how close that head is to the nails on the left-hand side. And I think you can go to the next one. Okay, so it looks more like, again, the one on the right, the portrait. Next slide. And just take a look at when Wilson did the illustration, how far the head is from the sides. I still don't think it's far enough, but it's much further than what we've just seen on that Mandillion. Okay, Hugh wants to add something here.
All right. Okay. And there you go, Hugh.
Hi. Just responding, I see a comment by Mr. Jetty saying, can I measure it with a ruler? Well, if the shroud is 4.4 meters long and 1.1 meter deep, which roughly 4 times as long as it is wide, if you fold it and fold it and fold it, you're going to end up with it being 0.55 meters deep by 1.1 meter wide. So it's going to be about twice as long as it is wide. And I think one of Jack's slides shows it looking very elongated like that. But I think that's a distortion of the photograph or the reproduction rather than what it actually looks like. It should be, rather as Ian's done it, to be honest, roughly the same size as 2 squares. Because the depth of it is very much related to that. The depth of it is half its width. Am I making any sense at all?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. There is one from Irish. There's an interesting thing that's kind of related to how it's folded. Jack, I might just quickly get your take. But he's saying, I remember Wilson showing that there are certain water stains that possibly got into the shroud by being folded up in such a way, and it fits into an ancient jar. And those water stains kind of suggest, it was folded along the lines of the image of Edessa hypothesis. Do you know about that or
yeah?
I know about the fact that there are water stains on the shroud, and I know that the hypothesis is that it is in the jar. I don't know that if you folded it into a tetradiplon that would produce the water stains where they found it. Hugh is signaling here.
Yep. Yeah, Hugh, go ahead.
Yeah, these are the big water stains down the middle and around the outside of the shroud that people used to think were associated with the extinguishing of the fire of 1534, 32, and but Aldo Guareschi showed that they could arrive by the cloth being folded up. However, it wasn't folded up in anything like this shape. It had to be folded into, I've lost my little model shroud. It had to be folded up at least into 4, like that. And then having folded it up over and over and over, you ended up with a, am I going to go out of range? You ended up with a long, thin thing like that. Whoops. Mm-hmm. And you then had to zigzag it like this in order for the stains to appear in the positions where they appear on the shroud. It's a very ingenious piece of folding, and it can be found in, one of our, Aldo Guareschi and partner wrote 2 papers on this, but it cannot have any relation at all with the image of Edessa or possible tetradiplon foldings for that.
Okay, and just another very quick follow-up on this, because Mr. Jetty's talked about, haven't they found, like John Jackson's looked at, found the folded lines through transmitted light photographs, and there are also those 4 L-shaped poker holes. Don't those suggest that it was folded along the lines that Ian Wilson suggests, or yes or no, or what's that about?
No, I mean the poker holes are when the shroud is just folded in 4, literally folded in half one way, half the other way, and then they mirror onto each other. So that can't have anything to do with the tetradiplon, because in that case it's folded right through the face. What was the other one? The other way of
the fold lines that John Jackson found, kind of thing, using transmitted light.
Oh, yeah. To be perfectly honest, I think they're all creases formed when the shroud was rolled up around a cylinder for when it was stored in Turin from about the 16th century.
Gotcha. And one thing I'll say, John Jackson, he's not arguing for the tetradiplon. He's arguing that it was in a Byzantine contraption that conforms to the Man of Sorrows icons, which is kind of along the lines of Jack, where you see the chest down to the face down to the waist type thing. So yeah, cool. With that said, back to you, Jack. I will bring up your slides and mute you. All right, go ahead.
All right, well, I guess go on to the next one then, Dale.
Okay,
this is, what number is this, Dale?
Number 16.
16, okay, let me see. Okay, so we're back to the St. Catherine Monastery icon, and this is an artistic rendering. But again, try to picture this cloth. If this is the mandilion, if this is the former image of Edessa, how do you take that cloth that's there and turn it into a tetradiplon? It would seem to me that if you were looking at the other mandilions, it's got some surplusage of cloth over on its left side as we're looking at it. And by the way, another thing I think we'll discuss in the next segment, take a look at this and the other mandilions. It looks as if Jesus' head is kind of on possibly a cross. There's arms of such that are extended to the right, to the left, and above. Which is very odd because you don't see that on the shroud. I'm not sure what that means for the mandilions, but just for what we're discussing right now, if that's any kind of true representation, it doesn't look like this cloth goes out any further to the right. That actually looks like it's a fringe of some kind over to the side, the right-hand side, and this would be a cloth that is kind of off-center. In any event, I just think that this would provide a particular challenge in terms of coming up with a tetradiplon that could have been the cloth of the first century. All right, the next one. So that's the supposition on the mandilion, and that is that Wilson supposes that it can be tetradiplon into a mandilion, But I don't see that the Mandylion that it's going to be tetradiphoned into is going to be a landscape portrait representing the Mandylion. And I think there's more research to do on this. I only saw this as I was getting ready for the program. But I would like to take a heavier look at the at Mandylions, and just to see whether or not they are more of a portrait than a landscape, because I think if they are, as they seem to be, more of a portrait than a landscape, then I think it makes it even more difficult for them to have gotten to some kind of image for King Abgar to have had in the first century, the way that Wilson is illustrating it here. Okay, the next supposition, now I can kind of get back into my wheelhouse here, which is historical, and that is that there's a supposition that the shroud was taken to Edessa in about 33, if that was the year of Jesus' crucifixion, was presented to King Abgar. He was cured of an infirmity, and he became a Christian. What is that supposition based on? Again, no historical sources. No historical sources that even say that Christianity reached Edessa in the first century. Again, you have only 3 Abgar legends, and they are 200 to 400 to almost 900 years after the event.
Jack, can I just interrupt, because I have a relevant question that fits.
Sure.
So this was something I was going to be asking you guys afterwards, but it fits here perfectly. So, okay, so you say there are no sources mentioning this, except for one that's possibly 400 AD. I think that's the doctrine of Adai that you mentioned, correct? That you're talking
the one about. The one that would be almost 400 would be the doctrine of Adai, right? That would be the earliest. And as I said before, that might only be 200 years after the event, because the person writing Doctrine of Adai says that he found this text in the archives of Edessa, and so it could be not quite that old.
Okay, so here's a flaw that I want to ask both you and Hugh about. So I guess I'll have to unmute him after you go. But the earliest source is not the Doctrine of Adai. It's actually a source from 325 AD by Eusebius, and Image of Edessa people will mention this. So Annette, I'm asking this for you. She asked me to ask about this, right? But I've had John Loken on my show where he tries to present a case, at the very least, for it being plausible, historically plausible, that Eusebius is mentioning this Abgar legend through the wonderful vision is an allusion to him being seen, the shroud images, that shroud face kind of thing. So what, Jack, and then I'll go to Hugh. What's your take on use of Eusebius to try and prove as an early source? That
well, then you're into interpretation, right? You're into another level. If you're doing history, you're trying to deal with what the texts actually say. In the Doctrine of Adai, it talks about an image. In Eusebius, it doesn't talk about an image. Now, one of the things that I have pointed out, and I've had conversations long ago in the past with Loken about this, because I actually believe that could be an obscure reference to the shroud, if it was in fact presented under this scenario, because when we get into my hypothesis, there is a text in which it says that St. Peter took the shroud and he would arrange it on his head and draw aids from it. So there's at least something there that indicates, perhaps back in early Christianity, that if somebody had the shroud, they may have arranged it in some way on their head. And so it is possible. I mean, I wouldn't preclude it that if this actually happened, if the legend was true, that Thaddeus, the disciple, if he had the shroud and it was folded up by that time, and he walked into the throne room and he put it above his head or on his face, that could have been the shroud, and it could have been in imitation of what St. Peter later did. You got to remember that Peter, if you take Wilson's hypothesis, the shroud was taken to Edessa shortly after the ascension. So it's not in the time that Peter was out with the shroud evangelizing with it. So yeah, I get it. I think an argument can be made by it. And I also, if I can just take their position one step further, it brings up this dichotomy that both Eusebius and the author of the Doctrine of Agai say that they got their text from the archives of Edessa. And so why is it in the 400 AD version and not in the 325 AD version? Well, when Eusebius wrote his history, he wrote it in about the year 311. He didn't publish it till 325. And in 311, underway was the worst persecution the church ever faced. It was under the Emperor Diocletian. It was called the Great Persecution. And in that persecution, the Romans were out burning down churches and seizing property and destroying church property. So it may be that Eusebius decided under those circumstances, and given the practice called the discipline of the secret, he was not going to mention the shroud as an image directly, but he did hint at it by this wondrous vision that was there. So yeah, it's possible. But if you're having an argument with a historian, it's a lot different to start off by saying, I've got a text that says there's an image versus I got a text that says there's a wondrous vision. So now sit down and listen to me for a while and let me convince you that that was a portrait. It's just not, this doesn't have the same probative value.
Gotcha. Awesome. All right, Hugh, what's your take on people like John Loken who've written papers trying to argue about this reference in Eusebius? Could this be a reference to the shroud? Or?
Eusebius, well, I think Jack's already said this. Eusebius wrote his letter or whatever it was in about maybe Jack reckons about 311. Yeah, and then it was published in 325. Sorry, I've got Runciman's article in front of me. And he doesn't mention any picture of any kind. So your question is, you can't easily argue that because somebody doesn't mention it, that this is because it was hidden in some way, or that he would rather, because it was a secret. That may be the reason, but it's very much an argument from nothing. It's the invisible giraffe in the woods argument. I can't see one, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. Well, possibly, but it doesn't mean it is there. And so, I mean, I don't think that can get us anywhere.
Fair enough. All right, cool. So, yeah, Jack, I'll bring up your slides and you can continue on.
Okay. So, in addition now to all this super detailed analysis about the words and the shape and that sort of thing, we just get to the full historical argument here. That is that the supposition that Wilson is making is that, as a fact, the shroud went to Edessa in the 1st century, was presented to a king, he converted, he was cured, and Edessa, to a certain extent, became a Christian city, at least to the extent that the king had some influence. Although it's very clear that the entire city was not converted because they left some of the pagan idols present. So we get to the person that Wilson calls the preeminent historian of Edessa. He cites him many times. His name is J.B. Siegel. And J.B. Siegel says the Abgar legend is one of the most successful pious frauds of antiquity. And he gives reasons. He says there would have never been a conversion of an Edessian king that would have been ignored by Christian writers for 300 years. How could this have happened in the 30s? And for some period of time, that king, Abgar V, is a Christian for 20 some more years. And yet nobody in Christianity seems to know about it. It doesn't appear in the Acts of the Apostles, and it doesn't appear in any of the writings of the church fathers. And the first time it appears is when Eusebius publishes it in 325. And if he did in fact get the text from the archives of Edessa, the royal archives, the kingship, the Abgar line ended in 242. So it would have had been something that was written before 242. But whether it's 242 or 325, Siegel's saying, I, as the preeminent historian of Edessa, who has checked everything that's available on the city of Edessa, I'm telling you, there was no Christianity that came to Edessa in the 30s, right after Jesus' death. He does say that the first time that there was a Christian missionary in that area was about the year 100, and the name of that disciple was Adai. But that disciple went to another city called Adabeam, and he did some conversions there. But there's no evidence that there was ever any large amount of Christianity intrusion into Edessa until the late 2nd century and under the reign of Abgar the Great. Siegel also says, if the Church of Edessa had been converted in apostolic times, it would have given them a standing. And they would have actually had a higher standing as a result of this than the city and the Church of Antioch. And yet the Church of Edessa subordinated itself to the Church of Antioch in the year 200. That would not have happened if they had an older apostolic foundation than the Church of Antioch had. Siegel also says that there's another story that's going on out there in Mesopotamia. There was actually, in the city of Adabeam, there was actually a conversion of the king who became a Jew. And he's dealing with a person named Adai at that time. And Siegel believes that there might have been some confusion that came about where what happened in Adabeam was transferred to Edessa. And the last thing on this is that if you look at the doctrine of Adai, which is the more complete version, the one that has the image, you have all these people that are mentioned in it who are from the 2nd century. They're known kings and known bishops. Even the son of Abgar is called Severus. That was the son of Abgar the Great, not Manu, who was the son of Abgar the Fifth. So it's clear that this hypothesis is based on a legend that seems to be written about people who lived at the end of the 2nd century. In addition to Siegel, for example, there's a Professor Michael Thomas. He's a professor of religion. And he says things like there are no references to any missionary activities having been conducted in northern Mesopotamia at this time. No New Testament figure even seems to be concerned about taking the gospel to this region. Historians have rejected the notion that Syriac Christianity started from direct apostolic transmission within a few years of the crucifixion of Jesus. Historians have concluded there's no plausible argument that claims that Christianity came to Edessa through direct apostolic contact in 30 AD. And he concludes by saying claims of the historical authenticity of the legend of Abgar have long been rejected by the academic world. And this is one of the things that I find most frustrating about being a syndonologist and being on the authenticity side. You can present to your fellow authenticists evidence like this. This is historical evidence by people who have studied it for years. They're experts at it, and they're going to turn around and say, well, just fiddle-fa that. We have a legend. And Ian Wilson says the legend is history. And so it happened. And that's one of the things that I find frustrating, as I said, that So many people really want to get information. They're smart, they can process information. But if you're going to feed them with false information and tell them that what is alleged was history and not tell them that it's contested by academic experts. Of all the things I think in the total Mendelian hypothesis, I find this one of the most preposterous. The idea that the shroud was taken to Edessa shortly after Jesus' ascension, when not only do the church documents show no record of this whatsoever, but all of the historians that have studied that area for so many years have absolutely rejected it. Why would anyone want to take a position? At that point, the rest of your position seems silly and it's a shame because this is the first position that you're taking. And so if you take the position that the shroud went to Edessa and someone says, show me some historical facts on which I can base it, and you can't come up with anything. I think if Cheryl was here and she was having to promote this hypothesis and I asked her, where is the historical proof of this? She wouldn't be able to produce it. I just don't think it's there. I've been looking at it for 38 years and I've never been able to find it.
Jack, could I step in here because I have another quick question, if that's okay? Like, I don't.
Sure.
Do you have a lot left, or do you mind me doing this?
No, I'm ready to move on to the next supposition.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So the one question I want to get from you is, and we're not going to get into a full debate on this because I'm planning to have Larry Stolly hopefully debate Hugh Farey on possible Bible mentions of the shroud, like Galatians 3:1. But I just wanted to kind of, in this debate, kind of quickly from you, how does the image of Edessa theory match up? Because it's almost like there's a contradiction there. But I've noticed some people who go for the image of Edessa are also convinced that, yeah, Galatians 3:1 or some of the Bible texts are speaking about the shroud. But how could that be so if the theory says that the shroud was taken to Edessa immediately in 30 AD? So I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do those things, Bible mentions, match up with the image of Edessa?
Yeah. Well, you're throwing me a softball here because I've been on your program before. I was on one program, I think Hugh was part of it, and we had Pam Moon who was on it. And she is one of the people who advances the Wilson theory. And we got on, I think you and I may have been debating Galatians, and you asked her where she stood on that. And she said she believes that Galatians is a reference to the shroud. And I then asked her, well, then how could it be if at this time, according to this hypothesis that you're pushing, the shroud is in Edessa? You know, there's no indication in the hypothesis it ever left Edessa to go to Galatians. She couldn't give an answer. There is no answer. There are a lot of contradictions. You know, you can see when we go down the line. But for example, I know that we'll eventually, I wonder if we're going to get to it today, but you'll get to the hymn of the pearl, and there'll be a contention that is a reference to the shroud. Let's assume for a moment that it is. That's in the year 220. So who is making a reference to the shroud in 220? If the shroud went to Edessa in 33 and it was put behind a wall in 57, 170 years later, they're remembering that there's a shroud and they know about a double image on the shroud. So what ends up happening is that a lot of these people who subscribe to this theory, their total knowledge of history is kind of based on what they get from Wilson's book or from some other authenticist book. If you have, if you do the work and you get a grasp of history, you realize that you can't have it both ways. If you're going with Wilson, then just stay with his hypothesis, get put on a wall, nobody remembered it, it stayed there for 500 years, and then it came out again in the 6th century. But don't be talking about Galatians and the hymn of the pearl and the art that came out into the 4th century. And in fact, you know, I've heard Cheryl White talk about the sermon of Athanasius. Well, that sermon, if you accept it, has the shroud in Jerusalem in 68. It can't be in Jerusalem in 68 if the shroud is in the wall of Edessa in 57? It can't transport itself there 11 years later. So I don't know how seriously, with a straight face, you can say I support in its totality the Ian Wilson's hypothesis, but I still think it was a reference to the shroud in the Sermon of Athanasius or in the Hymn of the Pearl or any of these other things, but during the time where the shroud is supposed to be in the wall.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to stop interrupting. I want you to finish your case on the image of Edessa, because I definitely am going to have time. We want to make time for your theory on the image of God incarnate. So,
Okay.
so yeah, go ahead and finish your case.
Okay. Well, that other the supposition that the shroud went to Edessa. I'll make this short. You're ascribing to the apostles taking the shroud soon after Jesus' resurrection to a pagan city. And Jesus has already said to the apostles, don't throw your pearls to the swine. Now, why in the world would the apostles be authorizing a disciple to take a precious relic to a pagan city? The only way you accept that is if you accept the legend. If you say the legend, they took it there because Jesus told them to take it there. But that is a legend. This supposedly happened because Jesus washed his face and gave this image to Abgar's servant. But even if you accept that, that's when Jesus said something to his apostles about going to see Abgar after his ascension and curing Abgar. But by that time, the shroud or whatever that cloth was is already in Edessa. So again, it really doesn't make a lot of religious sense. And even if you go with the legend continues that 20 years later, Abgar's grandson is persecuting Christians. So that turned out to be a very, very poor decision because they had to hide the shroud that quickly. So it was not a safe place to take the shroud. And I think it's the idea that on the basis of a legend that says Jesus said, go visit this king and cure him, turns into go visit the king and bring my shroud to him is two different things. It's a jump too far. The next supposition is that the Christians hid the shroud in the wall, which we've talked about. Again, there's no historical sources for this, and it doesn't even appear in the legends until 945. That's almost 900 years later. After the Byzantines got the image of Edessa, and the king, who was apparently a smart king, said, well, how do we explain where this cloth has been all those years? There's no reference to it. Somebody developed a story that it was put into a wall. I think they got the idea of the wall hiding from what actually happened to the shroud, that it was hidden in the walls of Edessa at one time, much later on. But there's no historical corroboration of this. And as you can see in this illustration here, the legend said they put this into a cylinder. It was like a cylinder and a semicircle, and then they put a lamp in front of it. And again, I don't know exactly what they did. They're supposed to be on the run from the king who's persecuting them, but they can get on a ladder apparently, or wherever they have to, whatever how to get on in order to get above the gate. And then they're going to dig a wall or a crevice or something that's got to be at least 3.5 feet long and a foot high to accommodate this image. And then they put a lamp in front of it. So it doesn't make very much sense. The final supposition is that this was discovered. The shroud was then discovered. I think you're one ahead of us. Yeah, you don't have to change it yet. Okay. The shroud was then discovered in the same wall after there was a flood in Edessa in 525. Now, there was a flood, but there's no historical account of the shroud or any other cloth having been discovered. That is purely a product of Wilson's imagination. It's logical, but it's still a product of his imagination. Professor Robert Drews has said that this claim cannot withstand critical scrutiny. You can't explain, it's to explain how a divinely created icon could have gone uncelebrated for so many centuries. And it's a sheer improbability that the cloth could have emerged unspoiled after 500 years. And I have a question. I've always had a question about this too. If the shroud was in the wall and there was a flood, and therefore that opened up the walls in some way, and this was apparently a major flood. I don't know how high the flood waters got, but I don't see that the shroud or the image could have escaped that kind of water damage that would have incurred. And yet there's no real water on the major water damage that shows on the shroud itself. Mm-hmm. So I think that takes me to 500. And I just want to say one other quick thing here. And that is that when the legend, the Byzantine legend, talks about the story of how the shroud was discovered in the walls of Edessa, it describes a bishop who nobody knows about historically. His name was Eulalius. The city is under siege by the Persians, and the bishop gets a vision, and the vision says, if you want to save the city, go get the image. And he says, what image are you talking about? I don't know of any image. And they said, oh yeah, the vision says there's an image in the wall, and he has to go to the wall and he has to get the image out. Well, if that legend is true, then the image wasn't rescued from the flood. It wasn't discovered as a result of the flood. It was discovered because this bishop had gotten a vision. And this is why, this is where Wilson doesn't stick with the legends where they really don't make any sense. He tries to substitute a factual episode like the flood. And like I said, it's logical, but it's inconsistent with the very legends that he's dependent on just to get to that point in around the year 544.
All right, awesome. Hugh, just let me know, do you have anything to add about the image of Edessa? It looks like for the most part you're agreeing fully with Jack's critique there, but is there anything you wanted to add or anything you disagree with? Or? Nope, you're A+. Okay. Just before we move on to the next, the main event, because this is where Jack and Hugh, they're no longer going to be friends. They're going to disagree with each other. So we're going to get to the fun part. But let me just take a quick scan and see if there's any questions in the audience that can be answered before we move on. Guy Powell, he's talking about, Jack, the Genoa and Silver Street images are definitely more like a portrait. So he seems to be supporting what you're.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. And I know that Guy has been working on a paper that I think is going to be a magnum opus when he gets done. But I know that for months he's been studying all sorts of Mandylion and other images. So he would probably be a very good source when post this program. We kind of look at what Mandylions were actually created around 944 and in the years thereafter, and what they looked like. Could they possibly have been some sort of folded tetradiphon? That's what I eventually would like to know.
Gotcha. Okay. And Annette, she's asking, was Edessa part of Galatia on the Silk Route? I don't think it was part of Galatia. No.
I think maybe she's asking, there's a Silk Route, and did that Silk Route go through Galatia and then go from there over to Edessa? And therefore, if the two cities were connected that way, maybe she's thinking about, well, maybe they could have gotten the image of Edessa over to Galatia in time for Galatians 3:1 to be written. I don't know that. I know that the Silk Route did go from Antioch through Edessa and then on to the east. But, it's a pretty long distance away. And again, the legend on which Wilson relies doesn't say anything about the cloth having left the city. Again, if you put it in context, it means the cloth went to the city in 33. Eventually, Abgar's grandson came to the throne in 57. And somewhere in that time, somebody actually took the shroud image and took it to Galatia. And now here's another problem. The whole Galatian verse is about a clear portrayal of Jesus crucified, right? How are you going to take the image of Edessa that's folded into a tetradiphon and pinned to a board? If that's what you're going to show them in Galatia, you're not going to be showing them a clear portrait of Jesus crucified. You're going to be showing them a portrait of Jesus' face. So I don't think you can connect the two.
All right, cool. So this one's for you, Hugh. And I know you were interacting with him in the chat, but I'll just ask it here for the audience sake. Silly question. If they did test the shroud, forget about testing the shroud. Let's say you become convinced by one of these documents. You're like, oh my gosh, this really is talking about the shroud in the 4th century or the 5th century or something like that. Would that satisfy you as a skeptic? If we can prove it does date to the 4th century or something, would you kind of then take the leap and say, yeah, I believe it covered Jesus? Or would you still hold on and say, no, it's a 4th century thing?
Well, yeah, if they dated it to the 4th century, I would tend to assume that it was from the 4th century. I think.
Well, I think it doesn't date them, but like we have proof that it existed by the 4th century at the latest type thing. So like, yeah, that's what he's asking.
Yeah. Well, it would certainly give one pause for thought, wouldn't it? But as I wrote in the comment, I mean, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I'm sticking to one theory at a time.
Fair enough. All right, cool. So let's move on to the main event. The rest of the time to the image of God incarnate hypothesis. Jack versus Hugh, mano a mano. So Hugh, I want to start with you here, and I just want to get your take on what's kind of a summary what you think the image of God incarnate hypothesis is from between 30 to 500 AD, and what do you make of the evidence in favor of it and stuff?
The image of God incarnate arrived in Constantinople well before the image of Edessa, and it seems to have come from Camulliana, and possibly got to there from Antioch. I mean, I follow all Jack's stuff. I think it exists. I think it was there, and I think it did what he says it did. What I don't think is that there's any evidence that it resembled the Shroud of Turin or that it was the Shroud of Turin. I mean, it wasn't two images of Jesus head to head on a long thin cloth. That's my take on it. That doesn't mean that it couldn't have been, but I don't think there's sufficient evidence to suggest that to convince me that it was.
And sorry, what's your take about
that? Will change my mind.
Sure, but just before we go to Jack, I want to know what's your take on the evidence? Again, same as the image of Edessa, it wasn't called the image of God incarnate until this later period, right? Again, a rose by any other name smells just as sweet. So what's your take of Jack's theory that it went to Antioch, and he presents certain evidence? Like, do you have a general take on some of that?
I think there's circumstantial evidence, but it's not sufficiently clear to me. As if I think it depends on St. Peter, doesn't it? Going from Jerusalem to Antioch and taking it with him. And indeed, if he was given the shroud, and if he took it to Antioch, then that would be a good place for it to go. But I don't know that there's enough evidence to suggest that Peter was ever given the shroud in the first place. So there's not sufficient evidence for me that the various pictures of Christ that turn up in all sorts of Turkish cities and then get moved to Constantinople are necessarily, there's sufficient evidence for them, any of them, to actually be the Shroud of Turin. That's all I can say, really.
All right, perfect. All right, cool. So let's do this, Jack. Let's get into your presentation, outlining what your historical hypothesis is and looking at the evidence for it. And again, Hugh, along the way, if you want to come back after, just raise your hand. Jack will tell me. So, all right.
Yeah, I guess we can go to the next slide. It's 21. Okay. So this is the idea is this, that during this period that we're talking about, which you said we're going to do this up to 500, for most of this period, Christians were persecuted. So the history of the Shroud has to be taken into consideration in that context. And these are some of the key things in terms of the persecution, just so as we're going, we can follow this. From 35, approximately from 35, shortly after Jesus' death, to 44, there was something called the Great Persecution going on in Judea. And so the Jews were persecuting Christians during that time. It was during this time that they, for example, executed James the Apostle, arrested Peter. Toward the end of this period, they were doing it through King Agrippa I. He was kind of a Roman dummy king that they used, and he answered primarily to the Sadducees in the temple. And so their goal, just as it was to crucify Jesus, was to shut down the church. So it's during this period of time that I believe that Peter took the shroud to Antioch. They had to get it out of an area of persecution. Now there then is a respite period, because in 44, King Agrippa dies, and with him gone, things become peaceful in Judea. There's a respite there. And in fact, it's so peaceful that the church is able to have a church council there in Jerusalem, which they do, historians say, anywhere from 47 to 50. They have a church council there. But you get to 64, and that's where Nero comes in. And you have Roman persecutions, through the year 180. And I have them documented, but I don't think we need to spend too much time on them. But sometimes they got very, very bad. Sometimes there were periods where they were not that bad. But it was always there, or the threat was there. And then in 180, Marcus Aurelius, the king of Gladiator, died. And his son Commodus comes on board, and he marries a Christian. And all the historians say this was 13 years of profound peace for the church. There were no persecutions going on, and Christians were pretty much free to do what it was they wanted to do. And it was in this period that there was evangelization. In the earlier period of 44-64, the evangelization took place in Roman territories. The Romans were not shutting down Christians, and it's during that period that you get to Galatians 3:1. In this period, 180 to 193, this is where King Abgar the Great is converted to Christianity. And then starting in 193, after he died, it's a series of Roman persecutors becoming emperor, and that took place all the way up to 323, even though the Edict of Milan took place in 1313. Over in the east, Constantine's rival, Licinius, was persecuting Christians in the east. And of course, that's where Antioch is. And then after Constantine finally prevails from 321 to 323 to 361, there's a respite again. What happens during this respite? I believe that this is where the existence of the shroud is revealed on a limited basis over in Antioch by the Arians, who are now in control of the church. And then the persecutions start again in 361 because Julian the Apostate, a pagan emperor, takes the throne, and he is particularly harsh against the Christians in Antioch because he believes that they burned down a temple of Diana at that time. And at that time, the shroud itself is threatened because Julian orders the cathedral in Antioch to be closed, and he orders his Count of the East to go in there and to seize its treasures, which is where the shroud would have been. And the Antioch presbyter refuses to tell the Count of the East where he hid the treasures, and he is beheaded. And this is where the shroud is in hiding. I believe it's in a wall of Antioch above the gate of the cherubim. I think that's where the legend came later on for the shroud having been in the wall or the image of Edessa having been in the wall for some period of time. And it essentially sits there until there's problems with earthquakes and fires. In around 538, the shroud is rediscovered, and there's a report of an awesome image of Jesus that turns up in Antioch in about 538. So it's just important that as you go through this period of time, you understand that Christians are under almost constant duress. So we can go to the next slide. And these are the documents that I would refer to, for this period. And I have in the beginning the years of the events where they describe. So, for instance, Galatians, the conversion of the Galatians in about 52. The Galatians itself was written in about 56. We have the Sermon of Athanasius. That's written a long time thereafter, but it's about the events in 68. Then you have 4 texts that involve the conversion of Abgar the Great, Liber Pontificalis, the Doctrine of Addai, the inscription of the Verses, and the Hymn of the Pearl. And they are all contain references to what I think is the shroud, which was brought to Edessa at that time. You have to then go to the year 360. There's a reference that I think is shroud related in Catechesis. And then we have between 360 and the early 5th century, we have bearded Jesus art, which appears for the first time. Jesus is depicted having a beard. 362, we have the histories of Sozomen and Theodoret. They're the ones that describe the shroud, or at least the treasures of Antioch, church treasures, having been hidden because of Julian the Apostate. And then we have a text called the Praetum Spirituali. That is what describes the appearance of an awesome image of Jesus in Antioch, subsequent to the earthquakes and the repairs of the walls in Antioch. So my hypothesis is based on texts. It's not based totally on legends. And you can argue about the strength as Hugh has said, it's circumstantial evidence. You can say, well, I find that convincing. I don't feel that. I don't think this is as convincing. But you have to come through all these things and say, then where are we cumulatively? Can you explain all these things happening exactly on the path that I lay out for the shroud without it being the shroud? So if Hugh is going to say, which apparently he's going to from his introduction, well, these are references to other cloths. Well, tell me what those cloths are. What are these other cloths that exist at that time that describe an image of Jesus? That's where I think the medievalists really kind of go over the line, because they're no longer dealing with evidence. They're dealing with absence of evidence, I suppose. I can say that there's a reference that I describe, which I will describe, and that describes the shroud. And if the shroud was around there, and there was obviously a shroud of Jesus, so if there was a shroud still surviving and around at that time, these would be, some of them are very perfect descriptions of the shroud, or at least of an image of Jesus. And then I would say, to Hugh and the people who don't believe, well, then, is this an authentic text? Yes. Is this what it says? Yes. Does it refer to Jesus? Yes. Well, what is it? And if you get an answer like you did in his introduction, it's a reference to some other cloth. And you say, well, what's the other cloth? Where is it? Where's that in a text? Where does that come from? And then they're not appealing to history. They might as well be appealing to legend too. There has to be, and as I said, if you were going to kind of score this, maybe you think Galatians is an A, maybe you think Athanasius is a C, maybe you think some of these are Fs, I don't know. But at the end of this period of time, you do have a collection of academic and primary, for the most part, primary texts that fit right in with it being the shroud in the context of there being a discipline of the secret and people not being able to identify the shroud directly. Okay, next text. So this is the first one, and you and I had gone down this road before somewhat. This is Galatians 3:1, and this is what it says. I mean, you can go on to NIV, and this is the and I'm going to skip over because I know that time is getting long here. I'm going to skip over everything I was going to present on the discipline of the secret. You'll just have to take me at my word that there was such a practice going on. It goes back to the early church. They started using it immediately upon persecutions. They started calling the church the way, and then that's where they started calling Jesus the fish, and the bread and wine were the symbols. But in any event, by the time that Paul is writing Galatians 3:1, he's already written, I think it's 1 Corinthians, in which he told the church at Corinth to make sure that with the catechumens that they feed the milk instead of meat of the faith. And the treatment of the catechumens was also a part of the discipline of the secret, keeping information away from them. Now, one thing I want to say about Galatians is that this was really the brainstorm of Dorothy Crispino. In 1997, she wrote to Shroud News, the publication of Rex Morgan, and she said, I think this is a reference to the Shroud. Nobody ran with it. And she contacted me in the early 90s, and she said, I think this is a reference to the Shroud. What do you think? And I thought it sounded like a reference to the Shroud, but being interested in history, I'm not going to say that unless it hooks up to a history. And quite frankly, I could not connect Galatians 3 and the Shroud to Paul. I couldn't see any way, shape, or form that Paul had the Shroud. And therefore, I kind of put this in a back burner, and had a lot of other things I was writing at the time. But when I was in that period that I described of intense research between 2010 and 2014, that is when I found out that there were references to Peter having evangelized in Galatia. It's there in his first epistle. He addresses them. It's also in another church work saying that he did work among them. And then suddenly it made sense to me. And when I took a look again at Galatians 3, I noticed that Paul talked in the passive tense here. He says, you foolish Galatians who have bewitched you, before your very eyes Jesus Christ was clearly portrayed as crucified. He did not say, I portrayed Jesus Christ to you as crucified, meaning that somebody else apparently did the portrayal, and he's not taking credit for it. He wasn't involved. And because I already believed that Peter would have had the Shroud, that he was out there, that he therefore used the Shroud in the conversion of the Galatians. So I made this presentation at the 2014 St. Louis conference. It's not really remembered because I never did a paper on this particular talk. I was too busy doing my long hypothesis. But I brought this up, and also at that same conference, a guy by the name of Fred Balls also made a presentation of this. And although he was saying that he believed that Galatians were shown this by these Judaizers who had come out to try to push them back into complying with Jewish law, dietary law, circumcision, and all that. That's who he thought were the portrayers. That was his chief suspect. Then about 5 years later, Larry Stanley got involved, and he focused mainly on the scriptural analysis of this. He didn't do much on the history either, but he seemed to say that it was Paul who had it, because this fit into his hypothesis that Paul was referring to the shroud in other verses, which he had. But anyway, I put it on the table in 2014, and it is a primary source because it was written in about 56. Lightfoot dates Galatians to that time. And this translation that you're looking at here, this is from NIV. This is a translation that was developed by more than 100 scholars working from best available Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek texts and employing the best available manuscripts in the original languages. So these were not shroudists, these were not syndenologists, these were academic linguists and experts. And this is the way they put it, which is much different than the way John Calvin put it when he first translated this many years ago. By the way, Larry Scully says this is also the aorist tense, which the way I understand that is he has explained it because he uses that tense, it kind of means that this was a one-timer, that it happened one time. This wasn't a continuous thing that was happening. So I don't think that Peter was walking all over Anatolia and using this as a conversion tool. I think there was something very difficult in the conversion of the Galatians, and it was decided that if you were going to convert them, they would need something impressive, and I think he used the shroud for that purpose. And that's kind of proved by what they did. They ended up relapsing and listening to the Judaizers. I'm just kind of skipping over some things here. I guess if you could go to the next slide, Dale. So this is John Calvin. He's a Protestant and he's an opponent of relics. And this is a masterpiece of a translation that he has. He has, "O foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you, that you should not obey the truth." Those words are not even in the text. That's him throwing in "not obey the truth." "Before whose eyes Jesus Christ has been evidently set forth." That's instead of portrayed. "Crucified among you." I guess we didn't know that when Jesus was crucified, they took him from Jerusalem and they brought him to Galatia and they crucified him among the Galatians. That's the way that John Calvin wrote this verse. Now, in addition to translating, Calvin does these exegeses of each verse. And in his exegesis of this verse, he talks about the fact that this idea of portrayal comes from programmato. And he says that's generally used to denote, like, say, boards on which, if you're going to sell property, you're going to publish it there. It has to be exposed to the view of all. But he says, but the participle, painted, is less ambiguous. And in my own opinion, it's exceedingly appropriate to show how energetic his preaching was. Paul first compares it to a picture which exhibited to them in a lively manner the image of Christ. So Calvin, who was an actual opponent of the shroud at that time, the shroud was being kept in Nice at that time when Calvin wrote his treatise against relics. He went up and down and all around against the various sudaria that were being kept as relics in different places. So there was no way in the world he was going to attribute this to the shroud or any of the other images of Jesus on cloth. But he recognized that this language conveys the idea of a picture. And as a matter of fact, you can go to an exegesis, Ellicott's Commentary for English Readers. And they criticized Calvin. They said his phrase, evidently set forth, hardly brings out the full force of the metaphor, which is that of a picture or writing conspicuously and publicly exhibited. And Don Garlington, who is a scholar, he's written about the verse. This verse refers to the use of a visual aid of some kind, perhaps even a passion play. So what comes through here is that whatever the Galatians saw, it was in the nature of some sort of image, but it was certainly conveyed the portrayal of Jesus crucified. And that's what you have on the shroud, is portrayal of Jesus crucified. For centuries now, people have been buying on, because they're not considering the shroud, the idea that Paul was such a fantastic preacher that when he was preaching to them, he conjured up a picture in their head of Christ crucified. But remember, that's not what he's saying. He's not saying, when I was before you, I conjured up a picture. He's saying this picture was exhibited to you in some way. So he doesn't really seem to be talking about himself. Larry Stolley has done a good job on the linguistic aspects of this, and he cited to experts like Gerhard Kittel, and he's pointed out the fact that this word prographo that's used, every other place that it's used, it's in reference to a literal object. No, they're not talking, it's not to say somebody was speaking and something conjured up in their mind. They're talking about a literal object of some kind, a proclamation or a law or something that was publicized. And that's the idea. There was something tangible here, that Paul was talking about. Okay, so that's kind of the basis of it. And I know that Hugh has some views on this, and he and I have gotten into it before, particularly involving Peter and his role in this. I was a little bit surprised, because when I prepared for this, I took a look at Hugh's blog, and I saw that after we had our last discussion, he put an addendum on something he had written about this. I wasn't aware of that. But in any event, I think I should stop here on this issue and see what he has to say about it.
Is he raising his hand?
He's not. Are you raising your hand, Hugh? Do you wish to speak? He's just, he seems to be, I don't know if you're muted or not. Yeah, he's raising his hand now.
Okay. Come on now. Yeah, I'm trying to unmute you. Hang on, Hugh. Oh, there you go.
You have unmuted me.
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to go over it all over again. St. Paul uses this word 3 times in his letters. And in no case do they represent an image of any kind. At least in the other 2, they don't represent an image. If we want to try and find out what it was that he was trying to say by this particular word, we have to go by reference to his other letters and maybe other letters in the Bible and that sort of thing. So I find him in the, here we go, Romans chapter 15, verses 3 to 4. Christ did not please himself, but as it is written, the insults of those who insult you have fallen on me. For whatever was proegraphion was written for our instruction. Now, does that mean whatever was posted up, a piece of paper stuck to the wall, or whatever was promulgated verbally? I don't think it necessarily means an actual object. And then a little bit later, he says, for this reason, I, Paul, a prisoner for Christ, on behalf of you Gentiles, assuming you have heard of the stewardship of God's grace that was given to me for you, how the mystery was made known to me by revelation, as I have proegrapha briefly to you, which must mean I have explained. It doesn't necessarily mean I have posted up a letter to you. So I'm not convinced that in the Galatians context that it refers to an object, and I'm certainly not convinced that it refers to a picture. And that's all I can say, really. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's enough evidence for me to change my mind.
Out of curiosity, Hugh, what do you think of? Because I had Ben Witherington III, one of the most prestigious biblical scholars, on with Larry Stolley, and Ben kind of admitted what Jack was saying, that this is referring to something they've literally seen with their eyes and stuff, but he interprets it as they're looking at the stigmata that Paul has mentioned in Galatians 6. What are your thoughts on the stigmata thing? Do you think there's merit to that, maybe, or?
Well, I think it's an intelligent guess. It's assuming, because I know that Jack and various other people have different ideas as what the letter actually refers to. When he says, "You Galatians, you're stupid because you've changed your mind." Changed your mind from what to what? It's not really obvious, except in the context of the rest of the letter, which seems to be that you've now sided with the Pauline view of things, which was to be more Jewish, and you shouldn't. You should side with the more Gentile view of things. So it's very anti-Pauline, the whole of Galatians. It goes on and on about how dreadful Paul, how badly Paul is going on and on about how dreadfully Peter has behaved in various situations. So I think it's difficult to say who is supposed to have prographioned this depiction of Christ. But I think Ben Witherington is thinking in terms of, if you're trying to portray a crucifixion and you don't actually have a crucifix, one way of doing it would be, if you had the stigmata, you would show it like that. So I'm thinking he's building up a case from his own circumstantial evidence. I think it's implied by the word itself.
Gotcha. All right, cool. And again, I know Jack's got a lot to present, but just very quickly, take a couple minutes or less. But what's your take on Ben Witherington saying that, this is just referring to the stigmata? Do you think that can work, or any thoughts on that?
No, I don't believe that as Hugh said, I'd say, well, that's an intelligent guess. If that certainly is more to the point of there being something in the nature of something they can see. I mean, this says before your very eyes, this has been portrayed to you. How, this whole idea of it being something that Paul's preaching and something that came up in their minds is different from what they would see with their eyes. But do I think that Paul talking in the passive voice in this way is saying, I preached before you and you saw me and I had stigmata, and that was a clear portrayal of Jesus crucified? No, I don't even think the stigmata is a clear portrayal of Jesus crucified. It has some wounds, but that's, you take a look at what you see on the shroud, the evidence of the crown of thorns and the blood and the swollen cheek, and everything that you would see there you see a clear portrayal of a crucified man. I just don't believe that Paul would be speaking in the passive voice and not doing what he's done in other texts where, if he wants to be the martyr, if he wants to be the center of attention, he'll wail about it for a while. And, you'll know that he's talking about himself. I do also don't know why Hugh, as he did before, is going on about Peter, and he's saying that Paul, said bad things about Peter. Paul said in Galatians, he brought up the occasion, one occasion on which Peter went to Antioch, and apparently while he was there, Peter had been eating with Gentiles. I guess he was eating Gentile food, etc. And then James in Jerusalem sent some Jewish-leaning people up there, and Paul stopped eating with the Gentiles and then went to eat with the Jewish-leaning people. And Paul felt that was he's being a hypocrite about it, hypocritical. And that's all he had to say about Peter, and that he he kind of showed them up to the people that were there. This event in Antioch is not dated. Paul describes two other incidents of meeting with Peter, but they all seem to have happened before the Council of Jerusalem. And, that's something that when Hugh has done it before, he talked about 3 references to Peter in Galatians, but he doesn't talk about the Council of Jerusalem that's in Acts, and that's very famously where there were Pharisees who were demanding that the baptized Gentiles be circumcised, and Peter got up and made a long-winded speech saying that it's unfair that you test God by putting on the necks of the Gentiles this kind of yoke. And he and James both supported Paul's position that the new Gentiles being converted did not have to be circumcised. That's the Peter that went out to speak and was evangelizing among the Gentiles. Paul was talking about an event that happened, many, many years ago, and it had to do with dietary law, not what he's complaining about in Galatians, where these Judaizers are trying to get them to comply with circumcision law. I think that Peter was preaching the same gospel as Paul. After the Council of Jerusalem, and when they're all out in Anatolia, they're then preaching the same gospel and what has been approved. So if you're before the Gentiles, you're not trying to make them, Peter's not trying to make them to be Jews or to have them comply with Jewish law. That would have been 100% against what the church as a whole decided at the council. So I don't think that's his gripe. I think he does try to make himself superior to Peter. Peter's a hypocrite and Paul's not a hypocrite. And, he talks with a whole lot of hyperbole about, how, these Judaizers, I think they could go ahead and castrate themselves for all he cares and all that. But no, I don't think so. I think he's saying there was a gospel. It's the gospel I preached to you, but then Peter preached it to you, and he even showed you this image of Jesus. So now that you've had this preaching of the real gospel, why would you relapse because a couple of Judaizers come to you? I don't think he's criticizing Peter for that. I think he's just trying to upstage Peter again, saying, well, I was never a hypocrite. I'm a more holy person than Peter is. But there's no evidence that Peter ever tried to get Gentiles to be circumcised. There's no accusations at the Council of Jerusalem that happened, and there's no recitation of that in Paul describing his other visits with Peter.
All right. Thank you for that. I think we're going to move on, but I do have kind of a really sad update. I'm kind of shocked. I just saw like an email from Joe Marino that Barry Schwartz has unfortunately passed away. I don't even know what to say right now, but yeah, it's really sad. So please pray for Barry's family and his son David and stuff like that. But with that said, Jack, I'm going to let you go back and continue on with the presentation, but I just wanted people to know because, he's beloved. So.
Okay. Well, this seems so relatively unimportant now, but all right. Let me we'll get through Galatians and just go to the Sermon of Athanasius. And this is one in which, and it's hard for me to concentrate on this, to tell you the truth. But this is one in which as I said before, I brought it to the attention of the conference in Columbus. And I found it when poring over the work of Ernst von Dobschütz, who wrote it in German in 1889. And you went all the way to Dobschütz covers different topics, and he was covering something called the Beirut icon and what its roots were. And he mentioned this Sermon of Athanasius. Now, let me say that on the face of this is very, very strong evidence on the face of it. Not so much as a primary source, because even if you believe the best of it, it comes from the 4th century. So it's describing events in Jerusalem in 68, so it's many hundred years later. But it's perfectly historically consistent, and it says that when the Romans went to war with the Jews, and they were attacking Jerusalem or planning their attack on Jerusalem, as Eusebius had described, the Holy Spirit came to the leaders of the church and said, "You've got to get out of here. You know, the city's going to be destroyed." And so they left. They went to this village called Pella. It was in the section of Judea, I think, where it was under the control of King Agrippa II. He was an ally of Rome, so it wasn't threatened by Rome. And this says that when they left, they took with them everything relating to the faith, including the icon image. And later on, it says that it's plain and certain that the icon of our holy Lord and Savior came from Judea to Syria at that time. And that would fit in with the shroud ending up in Antioch, and kind of fit, you know, what I have proposed about the shroud being in Antioch. So on the face of this is a very good reference, but it's got, you know, quite frankly, I've never really pushed it that much because it's got some issues with it. It was delivered, this sermon was delivered at the Second Council of Nicaea in 787. And there are historians who believe that, just like what I said about the passage from Evagrius, that this isn't a legitimate text from the 4th century. It was actually made up by iconophiles in connection with this conference. Another issue with it is that when they delivered the sermon, they were describing this image of Jesus, and they described it as an image of our Lord and Savior at full length, and that it was a painting on a tablet of boards. Now, if this was done in the 4th century, it was attributed to Athanasius, he was the bishop of Alexandria in the 4th century, then it would be discipline of the secret, and it could very well be a reference to the shroud, even though it's a painting on boards. But if it was done in connection with the council, well, the discipline of the secret was long gone by the 6th century, and so they wouldn't be writing in code like this. So maybe they were just talking about an image that was painted on boards. Who knows? I do know, I think it's Caesar Barta, if I recall correctly, who has been pushing the idea of the Beirut icon being the shroud, that he has said he's found other translations of this sermon where they don't use what was originally translated as an image on board, a tablet of boards, that they actually refer to a cloth. But I'm not familiar with that translation. But here's what I think is the most doubtful thing about it. When this council was held, it was mainly a Greek council. And they had a couple of visitors from the Vatican come over, and they weren't even voting members. They just sat around and listened. And in all the Greek copies of the proceedings, this story does not appear. 100 years later, when the Latins finally decide to do the proceedings, they add this to the story. They add the idea that after the icon was desecrated by the Jews of Beirut, that the bishop went to the former owner, the Christian owner, and said, "So where did this come from, this image?" And he says, "Well, here's the story that's been handed down for generations." And he tells the story that's here on the slide. At the end, it says, "It's been handed down to me by my migrating parents and by hereditary right." So to me, there's doubt about whether this was even delivered at the council. It's at this point 900 years after the event, so it's far from a primary source. And there's something about the story that bugs me. just like the story of the shroud being taken to Edessa. This guy who owned it, this Christian, he had it in his room. He was renting the room, and he had this object across from his bed, and he would look at it every night and pray to it. And then he had to move, and he left it behind. Now, who leaves behind an image of this value that's been handed down for generations? And then after he left, I guess the landlords were some Jews from Beirut, and they came in and saw this, and they took it to the synagogue, and this is where they started abusing it. But there are two things that speak for it, and one is the fact that, as a lot of people don't know, almost the height of anti-Semitism occurred in early Christianity at the time that Athanasius was the bishop of Alexandria. In fact, it was during this time that for the first time Jews were accused of deicide, of killing a god. And so this type of narration about Jews taking an object and spitting on it and driving nails into it and whipping it and all of that, that would fit the early 4th century very, very well. And secondly, it does fit the story very well of what happened in Jerusalem, but they could always write a story later that fit this. So I don't know. I'm very ambivalent about this. If I was grading it, I mean, I wouldn't put it on the same level as I do some of the other sermons, but you can't ignore the fact that if this is 4th century, it's a full image of Jesus. He's in a form where he's being whipped and spat upon. And they even drive a sword into the side of an image. So they're kind of describing what you see on the shroud. But I am very ambivalent, and I've heard this preached to churches, certain church groups. And again, I don't think it's fair the way it's being presented. It's not being presented as I just presented it to you, with all of its warts. It's presented as if the sermon is a total historical account of what did happen in Jerusalem in 68. And it's not that, but it's something that needs to be considered, and it's consistent with what the history of the shroud could have been in the 1st century. And because it goes all the way back to the Jerusalem church and the 1st century, it's something that needs to be seriously considered. But for people who rejected it, I wouldn't have any problem with the rejected. There's a lot of questions with it. Dale, are you there?
Yep. Sorry, I was on mute. I was just asking, does Hugh have anything to say on his end, or? Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Hugh.
Yes. Well, I just want to agree with Jack, really, that we've got an alleged sermon written 300 years after the event, but it's not actually quoted until 200 years after it's been written, or whatever. And so it probably refers to a picture of Jesus, which was in Constantinople. But the actual origin of that picture, I don't think, is necessarily clarified by the quoting of this sermon. Can't say fairer than that.
All right, fair enough. All right, cool. Back to the slides.
Yeah, let's see. I guess we'll move on here. That's the Sermon of Athanasius. I was going to, what's your next slide there that you have? This is where I would have gone through what all the Roman persecutions were. I think I'll just skip that. I was going to go on to who Emperor Commodus was and why this created a period of supreme peace. But let's get to Abgar the Great and get to some of the texts that surround his conversion. There is this text, it's called the Liber Pontificalis, that is the Book of Popes. And it says that Pope Eleutherius, he is the Pope at about the year 180. He gets a letter from, this is in the text itself, he gets a letter from a Lucio Britio Rega. That means technically Lucius, king of the Britons, who invites him to send missionaries in his country to be converted. Well, this is a historical non-starter because, as Hugh probably knows better than anybody, there's no King Lucius that's running around in Britain in the 2nd century, and so it was just kind of considered that, you know, somebody had too much wine when they were putting this entry in or what have you. But there was a very smart scholar in the early 20th century, Adolf Hartnack. He knew a lot about a lot of things. And one of the people he knew about was the king of Edessa, the king we call Abgar the Great. And he knew that Abgar, I'm looking for his full name if we have it here somewhere, but anyway, he's got this huge name. And one of the, I think his first name is Lucius. Yeah, here it is. It's Lucius Aelius Septimius Magus Abgarus VIII. And he also knows that the castle from which King Abgar rules is called the Britio. So if this said Lucio Britio Rega instead of Britannia Rega, it would say Lucius, the king of the Britio, or the king that rules from the Britio. So he said, well, this is King Abgar VIII. And it fits perfectly into the time sequence because King Abgar the Great does either convert to Christianity or comes very close to it. He's certainly a patron of Christianity by the end of the 2nd century. All right, so I think you can move to the next slide, Dale. And so we know that Abgar is converted. I have a whole list of corroborative proof, but there's a text called The Law of the Countries in which he says that the practice of self-castration was outlawed when King Abgar believed. That's actually written by Bardyson, who is this Christianish friend, a childhood friend of King Abgar VIII. There's text by Sextus Julius Africanus, who says he was a holy man. Eusebius says he hosted a Christian synod in his kingdom. We know for sure that he admitted a Christian bishop to become the first bishop of Edessa. His name was Pollute in the year 200. There's a Edessa Chronicle from 201 that says there's a Christian church in the city by that date. And then the slide that we're looking at here, this shows Abgar on the right. During the reign of Commodus, the tolerant emperor who's married to a Christian, and at this time Abgar is even putting a cross on his helmet there, or his crown. And after Commodus dies, there's coinage that shows the new anti-Christian emperor, and Abgar has now removed all the crosses and he puts things like a sun or a moon or what have you. In addition to all this historical proof, we have the text that we call the Abgar legend, which the Doctrine of Adai, which talks about the conversion of Abgar. So all of the scholars, unlike the ones who said Christianity never got near Edessa in the 1st century, they're all in agreement that the Christian faith, Siegel, for example, says it became notably advanced during Abgar's reign, Abgar the Great's reign. Glanville Downey, the preeminent historian of Antioch, says that Edessa was evangelized at the end of the 2nd century in 2 phases. And it must have been during the 1st phase that Abgar was converted, and they came back later with a more up-to-date faith. The Doctrine of Adai, talked about it briefly before, but there's 2 versions of it. We'll forget the Eusebius version. John Loken aside and his marvelous vision aside, go right to the doctrine of Adai, and that says that Hanan, a servant of Abgar, painted a portrait of Jesus' face in choice pigments. He then brought it to Edessa and he presented it to the king. In and of itself, you wouldn't think this is a reference to the shroud, but remember that this text is being written from the archives of Edessa when the king reigned and while it was under Roman control. So, and the Romans were persecuting the Christians. So it's a discipline of the secret text, to be sure. Even at the end of the Doctrine of Adai, it has some kind of warning that, well, here it is. It alludes to secrets, hidden things, and to unbelievers who lack the concealed eye of the hidden mind. So he's talking about the Gentiles, the pagans there. They don't know exactly what I'm talking about because I'm talking about it in code. So when I say a portrait of Jesus' face in choice pigments, you know, it's what you already know about, and that is that there's a shroud of Jesus out there. And so it kind of fits in with that. Siegel said every legend is based on a substratum of fact, and however distorted or tenuous, the Abgar legend should not be rejected as wholly apocryphal. And then there's a whole series of academics, which I based my hypothesis on. I based it on text and I based it on the views of academics. But people like Francis Burkett, Adrian Fortescue, Henry Chadwick, Hans Lietzman, these are big deal church historians. And all of them are in agreement with their leader, Burkett, who first said, the Abgar legend is an allegorical account of historical events which attended the conversion of King Abgar the Great in the late 2nd century. So even the academics are on board that this doctrine of Adai, which talks in terms of the 1st century, for whatever reason they did an allegory. They're really talking about the conversion of Abgar the Great. And like I said before, the text itself has all these references to people who were alive in the late 2nd century. So that explains it. That's why they're referring to these people. So you get down to the fact that in the late 2nd century, there was some kind of portrait of Jesus' face in choice pigments that had something to do with the conversion of Abgar the Great. And this is a text written in accordance with the discipline of the secret because it declares itself to be written in accordance with the discipline of the secret. I mean, that's kind of easy as pie. And where I'm flabbergasted is why scholars, I mean, real scholars, knowing this and knowing about what Harnack said about the conversion of King Arthur the Great, aren't they asking themselves, what is the portrait of Jesus' face in choice pigments? What is it? Why is that in there? Why is that part of the story? And they're just ignoring it. It's as if it's not there. They don't try to make up a reason for it, like what did Paul really mean by Galatians 3:1? They're not trying to do that kind of stuff. They're just ignoring it altogether. This is a quote from Michael Thomas. He's a historian. In a book in 2020, he says, the legend of Abgar seems to date from the reign of Abgar the Great, but it was cast as if it was recording the actual events from 150 years earlier. Okay? So the scholars don't explain why there's an allegory. They don't explain why there's an image of Jesus in the allegory, but I have a very simple explanation, which you see from the coins. And it was that after Abgar converted, became a Christian, he lost his sponsor. Commodus died. And the guy who came in represented the majority of the Romans at the time. They were Christian persecutors. And so he could not fess up to what he had done. And yet he had a problem because there were now Christians in Edessa. So they wrote this as a throwback to say, yeah, these Christians have been here for a while, or at least the roots of them. This goes all the way back to the 1st century. You know, nothing that we've done that lately. And that protected, the allegory protected Abgar and all his people and the church people, and the reference to the portrait of Jesus' face protected the shroud. You would not know that this was a reference to the shroud at that time. And I don't believe the shroud, I think the shroud was the shroud. I don't think it was really a portrait of Jesus in choice pigments. I think that's code for the shroud. Okay, I guess we can go to the next slide. And so there's another text. This is the inscription of Abercius. Abercius was a bishop of Phrygia, and he died in around 192. And when he died, he left this inscription as his epitaph. And so it's a legitimate inscription. The academic who found it was Professor William Ramsay, who's discovered other inscriptions. Ramsay calls it a Christian inscription written in accordance with the discipline of the secret. That's what that academic says at that time. And it's even addressed to, see if I got it here, but it's addressed to all those of you who understand what I'm saying. The rest of you, you're not going to understand it. It's called the Queen of All Ancient Christian Inscriptions. It's addressed to he that discerneth these things, every fellow believer, namely. Well, if that isn't a address to Christians, I don't know what is. So you've got to read what is in there in accordance with the discipline of the secret and what it can conceal and what it cannot conceal. And it starts out with Abercius saying that he was called to Rome. He doesn't say by the Pope, he says by the shepherd of Jesus Christ or whatever. And he is sent on an ecclesiastical journey. And he doesn't say what his mission is, but he knows he has to get to Nisibis, which is a city beyond Edessa. And he says, on my journey, I saw the land of Syria and all its cities. Well, he certainly saw the capital, Antioch, and he certainly saw Edessa, which at that time was considered an outpost city for the Romans in Syria. And you can go on and on, through the inscription, but where I think the shroud reference comes in, he says, faith led me forward, and everywhere provided as my food a fish of exceeding great size and perfect, which a holy virgin drew with her hands from a fountain, and it forever gives its friends something to eat. I might have a slide on this, Dale. You got the next slide? Yeah, here's the text. And therefore, because he is appearing in Mesopotamia at the exact and precise time that the city gets converted, or at least Abgar, the king, gets converted, I think that this is how the Pope, remember, it was under the Book of Popes, it was Abgar the king who asked Eleutherius to send someone who would baptize him. And Abercius says he starts out from Rome, where he visited the Pope, and he goes to Mesopotamia. So it seems, fairly logical. And what does he say he has? And he's speaking in code throughout here. He's got a fish of exceeding great size and perfect. And the rest of it is more or less to say, well, it's Jesus because it came from a holy virgin and all that. And it has wine of great virtue. Wine is often deemed to be blood. And he says it's given mingled with bread. The bread is the body of Christ. And so you've got on the shroud blood, and you have an image, you have the body image. And so it's my contention that Abercius recounts this episode, which must be the highlight of his life in terms of the importance of the mission, because he went to Edessa at this time, and he was actually the missionary that the Pope sent in order to convert Abgar, who, as a matter of history, it appears that he converted at that time. Now, they would not have left the shroud in Edessa, because even the Abgar tale says that after the mission was completed, the majority of the population was still pagan, and the pagan altar remained in place. And so the shroud would have gone back to Antioch. I would estimate it was out of Antioch for a month or two, just to create this conversion. And I believe that when they did show it to the king and his court, that among the people that were attending was somebody who was a certified court frequenter, and that was his childhood friend, Bardanus. And so he would have seen the image as well. And yet, with all of this, no scholar is trying to determine whether the Abgar legend and the inscription are linked. And they're not trying to determine whether the shroud was implicated in Abgar's conversion. And so this is, I think, this is why some authenticists and synodologists are frustrated, quite frankly, with the academic world, because there's this aspect of it that as soon as it becomes a matter of academic interest that might implicate a religious object or a religion or anything like that, they just stay as far away from it as they can. Because anyone reading this can say there must be links between everything that's happening here and the Holy Shroud, or at least I should try to find out what these things may say, and they don't do it. And so it seems like when academia comes forward, it's always critical of the shroud and synodology in general. Okay, that's the end of Abercius. I'm ready to go on to the Hymn of the Pearl, unless Hugh has something to add.
Well, only to say I think the fish is Jesus, and I think the image painting with choice paints is the image of Edessa. That's all. They don't have to be the shroud. They don't even suggest that they might be.
How did Abercius get the image of Edessa that he's traveling with it?
No, Abercius is talking about Jesus. The fish is Jesus.
Yes.
Not the shroud.
Oh, well, when did the image of Edessa, you said, when did the image of Edessa get to Edessa?
The one before, the painting painted with choice paints.
Right. When did that get there?
Sorry?
When did that image, the image with choice paints, get to Edessa? How did it get there?
I think it was painted in Edessa.
In the second century?
No, that Doctrine of Addai is not 2nd century, is it?
No.
It's 5th century, something like that.
Right.
Well, by that time, the image was there. I don't know when. It wasn't, Eusebius doesn't mention it. He's 4th century. So at some time between Eusebius and the Doctrine of Addai, the image appeared. That would be my interpretation.
The image appeared where? By that time, there are not any kings of Edessa. They wouldn't be writing this in the royal archives at this time. With you conceding that the painting of choice colors is something that was in Edessa at the end of the 2nd century, then you have to.
No, I'm not conceding that it's at the end of the 2nd century. That wasn't written at the end of the 2nd century.
Okay.
The Doctrine of Addai is 300 years later.
Okay. So you're saying that the image of Edessa got to Edessa at the end of the 4th century?
Something like that, I expect, yes.
So where's the report of it? Where's your history? Where's the report of there being?
Only because it's not mentioned by the Etheria, and it's not mentioned by Eusebius, but it is mentioned by. Sorry?
I said that's my very point.
So our first mention of a picture is after Eusebius and the doctrine of the doctrine of Addai. So the painting was painted sometime between those 2 points.
Well, why is no one reporting the presence of the painting in Edessa between that point when it's painted and then all through the 400s and into the 500s and into the 6th century? Where is this painting that you're talking about historically for all those years?
Well, we've only got a handful of mentions of it. I've no idea where it is. It might have been painted the day before the Doctrine of Addai was written, for all I know.
Let's say that it was. Let's say the Doctrine of Addai has been estimated, at least the version we have, is around the year 400. So in 399, this painting was painted. Where is a reference to this painting from 399 or 400 through the Persian siege of Edessa in 544? Where is it for that 150 years? Why isn't anybody talking about it? It's because it doesn't exist. It was there. Whatever was there was used for the conversion in connection with the conversion of Abgar the Great. And then it left Edessa. That's why I'm saying if it was the shroud, it left Edessa, it went back to Antioch. And that's why there's no reference to an image of Edessa in all those later centuries. What you're saying does not make
I think we're conflating images left, right, and center. Just because we haven't got particular accounts doesn't mean that it wasn't there.
Why do you always want to talk about other images? We're talking about this particular image now. That's what this topic is that I've been putting my time on. On the image that's described in the Doctrine of Addai, which you now say was painted at the end of the 4th century.
Was painted at some time before the Doctrine of Addai was written, yes.
Right. So where was it after it was painted? What happened to it? What's the history of that? You've made up this story. I mean, it's a story that you've imagined.
I didn't make it up. It's written. No. We have the Doctrine of Addai. We have an approximate date for it. It describes a painting. We know that there was an image of Edessa. It was a painting. Now, we don't have a lot of documents, but I didn't make that up. So you made up the idea. You made up the idea. Sorry?
You did in this sense, and that is that if it was painted at that, the Doctrine of Addai says this was presented in connection with the conversion of an Edessan king. There hasn't been an Edessan king since 242. So how could some painting that was done around the year 400 be this painting that's referred to in the doctrine?
Well, no, I follow your argument. I didn't follow it before. I think it's a legend.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's got anything. I mean, I think it's part of this business of Thaddeus turning up with coming from Jesus with a painting and all that sort of thing. I think that's part of the legend of the thing. I don't think.
Why did they write a legend with a painting in it? What did that add to the legend? First,
you write presumably the whole legend about Jesus putting his face on a cloth and turning it into the image of Edessa. It was to get some sort of verisimilitude for this image, I suppose.
A real image that existed. Real image that existed at that time. So what was the real image of Jesus that existed at this time? If it's not the shroud, tell me some other image of Jesus that really existed at the time that you think the legend refers to.
I don't think that the legend describes what happened when Addai was converted. I think that's just a legend. It's made up. It's invented. It may be made up to add verisimilitude.
I think you misspoke. You don't mean when Addai was converted. You mean when Abgar was converted.
Abgar. Sorry. Yes. No. Addai was the author.
And which Abgar are you talking about?
I've no idea. Whichever Abgar is being referred to, I think it is a legend that the painting was. It's all part of the trying to produce a backstory for the image of Edessa, basically.
What do you think about all these academics who are saying this was written in the late 2nd century? It's got all these references to late 2nd century people, and it's an allegory for the first century. What do you think about that? Those are academics who studied this, and they've concluded this.
I'll have to read them.
Okay. Well,
but yeah.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I will say Jack does cite his sources. He does provide some academic sources. So yeah, check it out and stuff like that. So all right, cool. So I will let Jack continue on because he's got more evidence supporting his theory. So hang on.
All right. Well, I guess we can move on to the Hymn of the Pearl.
Yep.
And this again is this is a I'll call it a poem, but it's a writing that is attributed to this Bardason, who is King Abgar the Great's childhood friend, a frequenter of his court, and possibly written by some member of his cult. And the story itself is interesting. I know that Hugh knows it, but I don't think the story itself is that critical to the text that's important in it. But in any event, a prince, is living with his parents in a kingdom, and they decide one day that he should go on a quest, and he should try to wrestle a pearl, something of value, away from some fire-breathing serpent. And they basically strip him of his royal clothes, and they send him to Egypt. And he gets there, and he has these kind of foibles that he commits. He falls asleep at one time, and they promise him, by the way, that if he gets the pearl and he brings it back, he will be greatly rewarded. He'll get his royal clothing back. He'll find peace. He'll be esteemed in the kingdom. But instead of going out to deal with the serpent, he finds other distractions, and he eventually falls asleep, and he kind of forgets about the mission that he's supposed to be on. And the parents then write a letter to him, and he gets the letter, and they said, like a parent would do, "What are you doing, boy? You're doing nothing out there. You're supposed to be taking care of this serpent." And then he remembers again that he's on this mission. And he then takes on the serpent. He sings him a song or somehow plays music to him, and he lulls the serpent to sleep. And then he takes the pearl. And he has, at that point, he wants to return to the kingdom. Now, one thing to know, I mean, it does sound, I don't think I have to push it too far, it does sound very much like Jesus' mission, being sent by his Father to earth to contend with Satan, who is portrayed in the Bible as a serpent, and to wrestle the pearl, which is probably humanity, who require rescuing, and Jesus comes to earth, and he does his salvific act and is crucified, and now he is dead. And it's important to know that Bardason, as I said before, he's a Christian, but he's Christian of sorts. There's very few things known about his sect, but in his sect, they believed in three things that we know about. One, that there was a divine mother and father. So he's not Christian there. There's God is there. There's a God that's a father, and there's a God that's a mother. So they are the parents in this scenario. There are also greater and lesser gods in this kingdom, and there is no bodily resurrection. They don't believe in bodily resurrection. So the prince leaves for home, and he says that he's got to get back to where his parents await him. He strips off his filthy rags. He crosses the border. It sounds like between life and death, directly to the light. And as he travels home, he's brought this garment that he had stripped off before he set off on his mission. And then we get to that quote. That's on the next slide, Dale.
I think I got it up.
Suddenly facing it, that is facing the garment. Okay. Suddenly facing it, it seemed like a mirror of myself, though it was separate from me. Yet we were not two, but one in likeness, for I saw my whole self. Every seam of it was fastened with the image of the King of Kings. And at this point in the story, the prince then goes on to his father, and it's kind of a happily ever after in a sort of an allegory sort of way. Humanity has been reconciled with God through the sacrifice of Jesus. Now, this comes from, if you were just taking this text, complete without context, you'd say, well, this is just some kind of weird Gnostic tale that's being told, and this can mean anything. It can mean whatever I want it to say. But this does come from Bardasan. He is the close friend of King Abgar, who has been converted to Christianity, whose conversion is described in a text in which there was an image of Jesus that was involved. And this is about 20, maybe 25 years later. And he's saying that he sees on a garment a mirror of himself. So if he's Jesus, if he represents Jesus, then he's seeing on the garment an mirror image of himself. And it says he sees his whole self. So that seems to very well reference both his front body and his back body, as you see on the shroud. And then he says, every seam of this garment is fashioned with the image of the King of Kings. Now, the King of Kings was a concept in the Middle East for a long time. There were kings who were bigger than the other kings. But after Jesus' death, he was referred to as the King of Kings. Paul refers to Jesus as King of Kings. I think it's in Timothy 1. And then when you get to Revelation, there's several references to the King of Kings. And Jesus is then known as the King of Kings. So in that kind of context, coming from a Christian, which Bardasan was of some sort, he says the garment has the image of the King of Kings. It seems like he's saying it's the image of Jesus. And always remember, this was found originally, give credit where it's due, by Kim Dreisbach many, many years ago. And I followed for many years Dan Porter on the blog. And this was something that Porter would keep coming back to. Every time he would get disenchanted with the science of the shroud, he'd say there's the history, and he'd come back to the Hymn of the Pearl. Because it is something that is not easily explainable. It's easily understandable if you put it in the historical context of who Bardasan was, who his friend was, what his beliefs were, and what he's saying. But just think of the story as a non-religious story for a minute. And why would you write this story? I guess I'm waiting for Hugh to explain this to me. Why would you write the story, and this prince does all these things, he completes his mission, and then suddenly on his way home, he's presented with a garment and he sees this. What does this have to do with the story? What does this mean in the story? Why does there have to be an image in the story? And I think that what it is, it's a reference to the fact that the prince who represents Jesus, after he dies, after he is resurrected, he's seeing in this image what he left behind. He left behind a shroud with his image on it. It's fastened with the image of the King of Kings. It's a mirror of himself, and it's a mirror of his whole self. So I think this is a very, very strong reference to the shroud, again, written in the days when the discipline of the secret would not allow disclosure of the shroud, and written in the same kind of terms that you saw in the inscription of Abercius. So I think these four texts fit together. It's the Liber Pontificalis about the conversion of Abgar. It's the inscription of Abercius. It's the Doctrine of Adai, and it finalizes with the Hymn of the Pearl.
All right. Is Hugh trying to say anything?
Yes.
Hang on, Hugh. Let me. All right, you're unmuted.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Well, the hymn of the, I agree with Jack that the hymn of the pearl is quite difficult to interpret every bit of the analogies and say this means this and this means this and this means this. However, it is very clear that in the very beginning of the hymn of the pearl, he takes off his glorious robe and his purple mantle, and he leaves them behind. They exist, they're there, he leaves, and he goes down to what I call the earth. And then he goes back from the earth, and he gets the same glorious mantle and the same purple, the same glorious robe and the same purple mantle. He gets it back again. So I agree that interesting that he sort of sees himself reflected in it and that sort of thing, which sounds a bit like the shroud, but it cannot be that this hymn is referring to it because he, as I say, we've already seen, we've met it at the very beginning of the hymn where he leaves it behind, and then we get it back again after he's left the earth, after he's left his filthy rags behind. So I don't find that this is a clear indication that it's talking about the shroud.
Well, that's quite a champion conquest I have made that you've gone that far. But the bottom line is that you're taking it literally. You're saying, okay, this is the garment that he had to begin with, and he's just getting that garment back. But the words mean something, that on this garment, wherever it came from to begin with, I'm not saying that garment is the shroud. I'm saying that the way that they're doing this story in their mystical Gnostic way is they're saying that this soul who went to earth, when he saw his garment, he saw on it his own image, just as he created that image on the shroud when he was on earth. Before he threw off his filthy clothes, which to me, that's an indication maybe he's talking about not clothes, but his life, his humanity and his life. But that's all it is. Obviously, these things are symbolic. You're turning it into a literal, well, he got the same thing back, and so that's not his shroud. That's not the way I think that the story is written. Everything in the story is an allegory. The devil is the fire-breathing serpent.
And Hugh, I know I'm going to let you come back, but while you're doing the back and forth with Jack, do you mind just muting yourself when you're not talking, and then you unmute yourself when you talk? Is that okay?
You mean do a mute?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like when Jack's talking, you mute yourself, then you come back in. Just when you're having these back and forths, but. So Jack had the last word. Hugh, do you have anything? Did you want to go on with it, or?
Only to say that I agree that it's not meant to be a factual story of an actual some sort of event, but they're very specific. They use exactly the same words. That he gets the glorious robe and the mantle is left behind, and the glorious robe and the mantle come back again. I would understand, and I go along with Jack's idea that it could be that although the glorious robe and the mantle are not themselves the shroud, that they are an allusion to some other legend about a full-length image of Christ somewhere else. But I don't think that's substantiated by the poem.
All right. Jack.
But that's as good as you're going to get, Jack.
You have to unmute yourself, or... There you go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the best I'm going to get. I mean, you get to the points where you're chasing your tail, and that's why sometimes I think it's helpful that both positions are put out there. But from where Hugh is coming from, and I would get it even if he didn't agree with this particular text as being itself convincing. As I said at the beginning, I think you're now having a series of proofs and texts, and at some point, when I finish, I'm going to say, well, here were 10 proofs that I had that to various degrees, Hugh is going to have to concede that they could be to various degrees references throughout. And at some point, the evidence becomes cumulative. It's like proof of a crime. You've got the fingerprints here, you got the DNA here, you got the witness here, and pretty soon they fit a pattern. And if you don't think so, then you need to come up with a pattern. You got to be on that jury and convince the rest of the jurors that everything they're hearing, which seems to add up to something, doesn't add up to that. And the jurors say, okay, what does it add up to you? And you sit there silent. You don't have. You can just say, well, I don't believe the fingerprints. The witness look like they're cross-eyed. The DNA, you can always tamper with that. At a certain point, it gets ridiculous.
All right, fair enough. So just a couple quick questions, and then we can continue on. But this one's from Annette for Jack. Jack, do you have a summary of your early hidden history? Because some of what you're saying is not found in your 2021 book. Yeah.
Well, I'm not really kind of keeping track. I think this is what she's talking about. If you went to my 2021 book, you would find a section on the Hymn of the Pearl. But I did not talk in my book about what the Hymn of the Pearl said, what the whole story was. I tried to fit everything I could into 300 pages, and I dealt mainly with that quote. So she may be saying that, on some of these topics that we're talking about, I'm expanding because I just, I had to be selective in editing, or I would have had a 1,000-page book. But so, yes, it's very possible that some of what we're talking about today I may not have had in my book.
Gotcha. And Hugh, this one's for you, I think, from Mr. Jetty. And he's saying, well, look, in the Hymn of the Pearl, it's an example of repetition. Jesus leaves 2 garments 2 times behind. Isn't that significant with the double image of the shroud, frontal and dorsal?
No, but I see his point.
Okay, short and sweet. All right, cool. So, Jack, I will bring up your slides and we can continue on.
All right, let's move forward.
And Hugh's muted. Great. All right.
Okay, so I guess we're going to move on here to the catechesis. And here, although I've got quite a bit on what went on between, let me just kind of summarize this. The Hymn of the Pearl is around 220. That's when that's written. And when you get to the catechesis, that's not written until about 390. So you're getting about 170 years ahead on this. In between is when the final Roman persecutions take place. They continue all through the 3rd century. They become their worst under Diocletian, where they're taking church property and burning church books and all that. And then to the rescue comes Constantine, and he and Licinius passed the Edict of Milan, which basically says that Christians will not be persecuted anymore. But then, like good friends parted, like Simon and Garfunkel maybe, Licinius takes the Eastern Empire while Constantine takes the Western Empire. And Licinius, in his realm, believed that the Christians, his Christian subjects, are friends of Constantine. He was the one that had the vision. He's the one that pushed for the Christian side of things. So he starts persecuting Christians in the East, including in Antioch. And that goes on for a couple of years, and Constantine finally has enough, and he starts a war with Licinius, and he wins that war in 323. So now it's Constantine, and it's the Christians are now not being persecuted for some period of time. But the Christians did not believe that would continue forever any more than it did under Commodus. So they're still practicing the discipline of the secret. And over in Antioch, where the shroud is being kept, the city gets taken over by a heretical group called the Arians. And
Jack, just to clarify for the audience, with your image of God Incarnate, it go in the 1st century, it goes to Antioch, and it has stayed there, and it has been known about up until this current period in the 4th century that you're talking about now, right? It wasn't lost like the image of Edessa in the 1st century.
Up to this point of the story, it's not lost. It went to Antioch. It was taken It was concealed secretly by the members of the church, probably in their churches or in their homes. It left Antioch for that short excursion to Edessa. At the time that I was talking about, around the time of Constantine, it had just remained in Antioch. I think it was Constantine who built a cathedral in Antioch. In any event, I think that was, you know what, I think I'm going to have to take that back. I think it was by Constantine's son. But once they had built this beautiful cathedral that they did, I think the shroud was taken there. But we're in about, say, the year 330. Constantine is still alive. He's got 7 more years to live. But he can't control the whole empire. He is in Constantinople, and out in Antioch, the Arians kind of still prevail, and they're running the church there. And because they have the church, when they eventually take over the entire church, then they take over the cathedral, and that brings us to about the year 357. And the emperor at that time is Constantine's middle son, Constantius, and he is either an Arian or friendly with the Arians. So by around 357, the Church of Antioch is in the hands of the Arians, who control the cathedral, and the shroud most likely is in the cathedral.
Gotcha.
At that time, I believe the circumstantial evidence is that they start making disclosures, private disclosures to other churchmen that they have the shroud, and that they, as a result of that, certain details of the shroud become known. Most particularly is that Jesus has a beard, which he's never been portrayed before with a beard. And so 2 things happen in this period of time after the Arians have the church. The first that I'm talking about is about 30 years later. The Catechesis is written, and that is written by Theodore, who at that time is the bishop of Massa Puesta, and he was a native of Antioch. He grew up in Antioch, where the shroud would have been kept. And this is in his Catechesis. This is what he says. He says, when the deacons bring up the oblation, that is the consecrated host at the time of the offertory, they place it on the altar for the completed representation of the passion, so that we may think of Jesus on the altar if he were placed in the sepulchre, as if he was placed in the sepulchre, after having received the passion. This is why the deacons who spread the linens on the altar represent the figure of the linen cloths at the burial. And I think the reference to a figure of the linen cloth at the burial is a reference to the image that's on the shroud. And I think that became a new rite within the Catholic Mass at around this time, because the Christians of that time, or at least some of the church people, were aware that there was such a cloth, and it bore the image of Christ. And it was, in fact, his burial shroud at that time. That's why they're portraying it this way on the altar, and the linens that are on the altar.
Okay. Does Hugh have something to say, or?
I don't see him. He's contemplating what I'm going to say. That's not going to convince him.
So we can move on, I guess.
Okay. So the next thing is, in the same period of time, this is during the reign of Theodosius the emperor, starting in 379. All of a sudden, Jesus is bearded. He hasn't been bearded before. He's always been a young man or a young god. And suddenly, for no reason that's stated, Jesus starts wearing a beard. Now, this first sarcophagus image is not terribly shroud-like, but if you go to the next slide, for the same period of time, here are some images that are being made in churches and catacombs, late 4th century, early 5th century. And these are much more shroud-like. They're certainly not like the Pantocrator images that come later. But again, Jesus is bearded in these various portrayals, and he had never been portrayed that way before. Now, no one textually at that time is saying, "Oh, I found the new text, and Jesus is described in this lost gospel as having a beard." There's really nothing to explain it. Again, unless you put it in context. In these years, you have the catechesis that's written. In the same years, as Hugh pointed out, a little before 400, that's where we're at. Now you've got the Doctrine of Adai being written about an image that was used to convert Adai. You've got that text that we talked about before that's been ascribed to the 4th century anyway. You've got the Sermon of Athanasius. Athanasius lived until 373, and so he obviously wrote the sermon probably in the period of 350 to 373, and all of a sudden he's talking about an image of Jesus. So I think what happened was that the Arians let out too much information, and I think it turned out to be their downfall, because the next thing that we're going to talk about is how the pagan emperor must have heard about this image, because he comes around and tries to take it. So I think that if you don't buy onto the shroud being an influence in these artistic images, and you've got people like Heinrich Pfeiffer, who was an academic and he was an art expert, he claims that all these images, and he identifies the points of congruence, that they were based on the shroud. Not like somebody who's looking directly at the shroud. They don't have what later on Emperor Justinian had before him, the shroud itself that he could stare at for long hours. But I think there was enough information given about the image that was on the shroud that allowed these artworks to be produced. And I don't know of any alternative explanation. I've looked, and all you'll find is that the art changed at this time. But again, the scholars are not interested in why it changed at this time, or they'll make up a story of why it changed at this time, when the most logical reasoning is that the image on the Shroud of Turin became known through the Arians, and this is why the art changed.
All right. Is Hugh raising his hand at all, or
no? He doesn't like art.
He doesn't like art. Yeah, well, I guess he's pro shroud.
He's raising his hand now. He wants to say he doesn't like art.
Okay. All right. Hang on. Shoot. Come on. Why isn't this? Oh, I think Hugh, you've muted yourself.
There we go. I've unmuted myself. Yes, what can we say here? There's lots of academic descriptions as to why Jesus suddenly decided that he was going to grow a beard. And it's mostly to do with copies of Roman gods, or possibly Zeus, or possibly Serapis is one as well. And so that the young fit Jesus becomes the old wise Jesus. And this is not necessarily related to the shroud. It's more related to the theology of the time. That's what other scholars have said. So it may be, yes, we can't say one way or the other. But I don't think that Jesus suddenly acquired a beard. He acquired it on and off. I mean, we've got those two catacomb pictures, but they are surrounded by catacomb pictures of the same age and date without a beard. And indeed, Jesus carries on not having a beard in almost every tradition other than the Byzantine sort of tradition from that the Syrian monastery, that sort of Pantocrator tradition. So I don't think the shroud necessarily reflects itself on those two. And of course, once you do get the Syrian Pantocrator tradition, I think that comes entirely from the image of Edessa and the sort of the heavily bearded Christ with the bushy moustache and all the rest of it, disappears into the rather trim Jesus that we see on the, and especially with the little thin Byzantine moustache that we see on all the Pantocrator images. So it seems strange that if they knew what they had an idea what Jesus looked like because they'd seen the shroud, they then more or less ignored it for the next 500 years, next 1,000 years.
Yep, Jack, I think you've muted yourself.
Okay. Well, I've done a lot of research into this, and I don't know what Hugh has read. I'm not aware of academics who have said that in the late 4th century, when these particular art objects were created, that they came from other sources or for other reasons. I'm not aware. I don't know why they would say we're going to make Jesus look like Zeus, or sometimes they say as a philosopher, or something along those lines. Things happen, and this art began at that time, and there have been a lot of art experts who have gotten involved in looking at Jesus images. And you may be aware of some source that I'm not aware of, but I am not aware of academics who have come in and said these images, which I'm showing here now, at the precise time they came in at the end of the 4th century, was a art movement in which Jesus was portrayed as having a beard. It was kind of spotty. That's what makes it all the more significant. It was at certain sarcophaguses, and it was in certain places, mainly around Rome, where you would think that the Pope or some bishops in the papal entourage may have gotten information or have visited Antioch in earlier times. It's not a movement that Jesus is bearded is now empire-wide or anything like this. This looks like it's kind of a spot development in a particular area. So as far as I'm concerned, I've shown, I think, a cause and effect. If there's some other cause for this, other than, again, I started off this by saying you don't bring a knife to a gunfight, and these generalizations that people, that artists, that academics have come up with, it could be true. I don't know. But I've done a lot of research and I've never found it. And if you can come up with something like that, I'd appreciate knowing about it.
All right. Hugh, you're good to let it go, to move on, or you have something more to say about that?
Well, only to say I'll track these people down and let Jack know.
Good.
Awesome. All right, cool. So, Jack, I will bring up your slides. You've got 2 more slides to go in terms of.
Yeah, we're almost at the end.
All right.
And so this is what I would call the triggering event. And, you have to take into account, I think, that both Ian Wilson's theory and my theory kind of end up by the year 362. The shroud is in a wall somewhere. He puts it in the wall in 57 in Edessa, and I put it in a wall in 362. But I'm going to base my hypothesis on a text, an actual text, not a legend. These are church histories. There's 2 of them. One's written by Saint-Simon and the other one by Theodoret. And this is what I was saying before, that the Emperor Julian, who got a little bit ticked off while he was visiting Antioch, there was a fire at the altar of Diana, and the pagans blamed it on the Christians. And the Christians said, we didn't have anything to do with it. And it really looked like somebody left the candle burning there and they should have put it out and just started the fire. But this was the pretense that he needed to do something. And I think the reason that he did this was that the Arians who were putting out the word that they had this image, it reached the emperor. And so he knew that there was a very valuable Christian relic that was being kept in the Cathedral of Antioch. And this shows you what he did. He used the fire at the pagan altar as an excuse for closing up the doors of the cathedral. Unprecedented, never done. Certainly never done from the time of Constantine. And, Julian is a nephew of Constantine. He's from the Constantine family. But he shuts up the doors of the cathedral. And then, this is also unprecedented, he decides as the leader of the Roman Empire that he wants the church plundered. Who does that? I mean, back in the days of the persecutions, they were Diocletian, they were doing something. But he wants the church plundered. He wants the treasures that they have in there taken. And he must have something specific in mind because he sends the Count of the East into the church, and he gets the church presbyter who's in charge of the treasures, and he's looking for some particular treasure. And this Theodorus, who is the presbyter, and he's Arian, by the way, they tortured him. And no matter how they tortured him, he would not tell them where he had hidden the church treasures, and they cut off his head. And so we would say, well, we don't hear about the shroud after that for a number of years. It was a treasure, certainly, we think, of the Cathedral of Antioch. And so where may he have put it? And my conclusion is that he put it in the wall of Edessa, of Antioch, above the south gate. It was called the Cherubim Gate. And the reason that we know that is basically there are two texts that come afterwards in which the image of Jesus and image of Jesus is put into a wall. There's a sermon written by a pseudo Gregory about the image of God Incarnate later on, saying that that image was put in a wall and went undiscovered for 100 years, and finally it was rediscovered. And then the legend that Wilson cited, which they applied that legend to the image of Edessa and said that when the grandson of Abgar V persecuted Christians, they put it above the gate in Edessa. So you have that. And then I think you can go on to the next slide. And then you get to the last text. It's called the Praetum Spirituale. And in this, it is described, they're talking about Antioch here. And they're talking about Antioch, that section of Antioch that's just adjacent to the south wall of Antioch and the south gate of Antioch, which is called the place of the cherubim because there were cherubim angels that were installed above the gate. It was actually the cherubim that the Roman emperor stole from Jerusalem when Jerusalem was sacked in 70. And that was called the place of the cherubim. And the area next to that gate was called the, I'm trying to think the name, the Karatia, something like that, but it was the Jewish quarter. And he is saying the place of the cherubim, a very sacred place, and those who know say that in that place there is a very awesome image bearing the likeness of our Savior Jesus Christ. And as he's looking at the image, the Savior comes down to him out of the icon. So this is why I think that he hid, Theodorus hid this above the gate. It was probably an area that he had access to in some way, and that when it was discovered and brought to the area right around the gate, and that is the historical story that led to the sermon about the image of God Incarnate being lost in a wall for 100 years, and the same historical fact that the Byzantines then converted for the image of Edessa having been lost in the walls of Edessa for almost 500 years. And so that's the last of the texts and the evidences that I would have cover this period of my hypothesis for the first 500 years. And just to put things in context, it's not easy to go back 2,000 years and come up with sources. And most of the information from that area is long destroyed. These cities suffered earthquakes and fires and floods, and there's very little textual information that is out there. The idea of being able to come up with 10 indicia of the shroud during this period is not particularly easy, and it must not have been easy for Wilson, because he just decided to throw it behind the wall for the 200 years that we're there. But I think that all these things too, if you have an open mind, I'm not saying that you have your mind made up and you're a medievalist and there is no Shroud of Turin that exists at that time, but for someone that has an open mind who says, well, look, these have to be more than coincidences, and there's amount of cumulative evidence here, it begins to add up. I think it makes for having to deal with 2,000 to 1,500 years ago, I think it makes a pretty compelling story. And it connects to the next part of the story that we're getting to, where the shroud leaves Antioch and goes to Constantinople. And that's where the evidences really start happening, where the art starts appearing, the texts start appearing, and you've got a lot more to go on than you did during this dark period of persecution and discipline of the secret, and even the Dark Ages in terms of a lack of information.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack. Hugh, over to you if you have any counters on the last bit or anything you want to discuss with Jack about his case there. And yeah.
No, not really. I mean, I've always been impressed by Jack's enormous collection of stuff, and there was some material in this podcast which I hadn't seen before, and we'll have to go and review, especially, of course, in its original Greek and Latin, to check that I think it fits in. But as I say,
you're pro Shroud.
What I'm saying is that if the Shroud were demonstrated to be authentic, then Jack makes a very good case for what happened to it and all these sort of allusions to something similar could refer to it, but they're not definitive enough for us to say that therefore they show that the shroud must be authentic. That's my feeling about it.
Just before I go to Jack, if he has a response, just one question for you, Hugh, because one element that Jack consistently brought up tonight that I think is important is, look, it's one thing to look at each of the individual pieces of evidence in isolation and it's just some other image, or this is another image, or something like that. But what about Jack's main critique that cumulatively this is looking like you're becoming increasingly ad hoc, like you're making something up just to explain this or just for that? Like, do the Shroud skeptics look ad hoc compared to Jack?
No, I don't think so. I think I wrote it in one of my medieval Shroud articles that however many clouds you stack on top of them themselves, you still can't sit on them.
All right, cool. Jack, over to you with what Hugh was saying there.
Well, I saw where Hugh wrote that, but he's the one deciding it's a cloud. That's what they do. And by the way, on the other side, that's what some authenticists do. There's a lot of authenticist clouds out there, but these are not clouds. I mean, the legends to a large degree are clouds. That's why I object to the legends. But these are solid primary texts. And I've been perfectly honest and candid where they have any drawbacks. I've explained what they are. So they're not clouds, they're cushions. And so I'm sitting on 10 cushions here, and it's very, very comfortable. I'm not falling through any clouds. But you don't get, I've practiced law for a long time, and you don't get to a final proof just by making an argument. Maybe you can get through with some juries. I like to think that Hugh and I like to appeal to the intellectual side of people. And I have to think that they're, we're not talking to maybe some church groups here that know nothing about it. We're talking about some people who are perceptive enough to see, what is going on here. And what I didn't just describe 10 clouds. He knows that. He's admitted that when he was talking about the hymn of the pearl. That doesn't, when I put him up against the wall with regard to the cloths and all that, and he had to think it through. And he's done this before with Galatians. He knows that there's something there. So they're not clouds. They may not be enough proof for Hugh. That's his right. I mean, he may look at this and say, he may be like some spouse that says, I need a lot more love to love you, or something. I got to give him a lot more to meet his standard, whatever it is. But I think that the standard of an average person looking at and saying to me, what proof can you come up with from 1500 to 2000 years ago that shows evidence of the shroud? I think I've more than satisfied that. And maybe this cushion is an inch thick and the next cushion is 3 inches thick. But when you add them all up, I'm sitting on a very comfortable cushion drinking my lemonade here. I'm not falling through a bunch of clouds. And like I said with Hugh before, he does a very good job with all this. But my standard, my personal standard is, if you say I'm wrong, show me why you're right. And where he's got an advantage here is that he's just a naysayer. He's sitting up in a catbird seat and he's criticizing everything that I have to say. But, I was able to deal with him where he had to defend the medieval hypothesis and his quem curitas. And you talk about clouds, there was a lot more clouds there than what I'm doing here. But that's in the mind of the beholder, and he's entitled to his opinion. But I don't think it's worth going through 2-3 hours. And, somebody who's listening to you and agreeing to you a certain extent, say, this is all clouds. That's hyperbole, and that's, then you're not, I don't think he really believes that. I really don't. I think he's too smart to believe that.
Fair enough. Very wise. Yes, I agree with that one.
Awesome.
I'm going to end on agreement. That's great.
There you go. Great job. So just want to say thank you guys to both Hugh and Jack for slugging it out with me for over 4 hours. This was great. The audience was loving it. They're still here for the most part. And yeah, they were loving it in terms of the great depth of information and stuff like that. So I think it's really helpful, because to get that contrast, to understand what are the two different main theories about the proposed history of the Shroud, and what are the reasons for and against that. It's really helpful in breaking it up into these periods. So yeah, next time we'll be moving on. So I don't know about the next period, how much there is. We may have to break it up, obviously, from 501 to 1000 AD. If there's a lot, we may have to break that up into 2 separate shows if everyone's agreeable to that. But so next time we'll be covering sometime between 501 and 1000 AD. Maybe it'll be the first 300 of that or whatever it is. But we'll be moving on from starting in 501 AD and beyond. Where did the Shroud go from there, according to the image of Edessa versus the image of God Incarnate? So look out for that. And thanks to everyone in the audience. And again, thank you. So, I dedicate the show to Barry Schwartz again. The sad news, I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't be a Christian. He played a role in help bringing me to faith through his knowledge in the Shroud. So this episode was for him. And please pray for his family.
He was a great man and a great leader. And one thing about him, he was 100% honest about whatever he said and believed. He was true to himself. Very rare commodity.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, God bless and have a great night, everybody. And
okay, thank you, Dale. Thank you, Hugh.
Thank you.
All right. I've hit